Oh, shit! Hey, Subcorth, 70, thanks for the sub. Cube. Gotta get some cube draft in, huh? I hope I'm wrong about this cube. That's my hope. Got a little squirrel sleeve, sure. What? What the fuck? Network error. Please try later. Well, this is off to a good start. I guess I'll restart Arena. Hey, sup, Remy. Yumpstar says, draft cube right now, young man, or else. Yeah, we'll see. We shall see. This new chat I added is not doing anything. That one doesn't seem great. Not high on that one either. Visibility on this one's not good. Man, I don't like any of these. Is it booster tutor time? This might be booster tutor time. Hopefully. Kumrak says, I just finished my first run at 2-1 with, is it Corey Steelcutter Lutri? Cool. You were unsure how to highly devalue free spells like Mind Collapse and Pyrokinesis. Both of those are, like, kind of fine. I like Mind Collapse better in mono red decks. The issue with it in 2 or 3 color decks is that sacking a mountain has a really much bigger cost. The chance of it actually, like, color screwing you is there. Whereas in a mono red deck, it's just never going to happen, right? In a 2-color deck, it's less likely to happen than in a 3-color deck. I like Pyrokinesis a little bit more, especially if you have Lutri. Because Lutri just means you always have a red card to pitch. Format seems super swingy. Yep, that's Powered Cube, baby. Especially Powered Cube that is based towards power level, where they want to include like all of the most powerful cards from Magic history, instead of balance, right? You can make Powered Cube with an emphasis towards balance, and you're going to have better gameplay that way. That's not what the average Cube drafter wants. They want something snowbally and stupid. They want terrible gameplay, has been the general consensus. Anyway. Can I get in the draft now? Hey, here we go. Second tries the charm. How different is this cube list from vintage MTGO? Roughly 30-ish cards. I went through it line by line, and there were 30 cards that haven't been part of Magic Online's rotation in the past couple of years. Booster Tutor is the most original card, and then there's like some older stuff, like sort of Fire and Ice, you just don't see in the Magic Online cube. But for the most part, it should feel very similar. Impressive? I guess. It's impressive in some way. In the Moto Vintage cube, I've really liked Lutri with Berserk. I don't think Berserk's in this cube. Oh, we got a Mox Pack 1 pick 1. Don't hate that. I also like that we got the OG Dan Frazier arts for the Moxen. That's kind of cool. Pinnacle Emissary is one of the differences. This one's not in the Magic Online Vintage Cube. There are a few cards that I thought would be interesting to try. The Magic Online Cube just hasn't had for whatever reason, and Emissary is one of them. But it's literally only like 4 or 5 cards. I don't know why LED is exciting to me. It shouldn't really. Just another 0 mana artifact. Stack them up. Let's grab a talisman. This is ranked, and ranked is best of 1. Why are there 2 chats on screen? Because I clicked the wrong one. Here we are. Yeah, I was adjusting the chats right at the start of the stream. Is the only reason for that. Was Uro a bad pick there? Uro takes a little bit... Uro is driving you towards blue-green. If you really felt like drafting blue-green, it'd be okay. It does take some build around, right? You need cards that fill up your graveyard. Cards like DAC Looting, or Frantic Search, that sort of thing. Fill up the graveyard real fast. Maybe green-blue Tameo fills up the graveyard for Uro really quickly. Things of that nature. It is a build around, so I tend to not grab it too early. It's reasonable, but blue-green in particular has some weaknesses, so I usually don't snag it too early. I'm gonna grab Fable here. Still not locked into any particular color combination. With the mock start, I kind of like the idea of playing artifacts, but we haven't really seen any artifact signals. AC Gibbs 011 thinks the Sob. Thanks the 5 months there. Yeah, Elegy Acolyte is another card that's different from the Magic Online Cube. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Bangerang 77, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 4 months there. Hayek, you're not gonna have much luck on this channel if that's if that's your comment. Isn't that a better pick? I clearly didn't think so, right? I wanted to do something else. You can draft all the Scalding Tarns that you desire. Taking fixing early, like Tarns and Trilands and duels and stuff, is a valid strategy. It's pretty rare that I do that. I typically like to have a reason to be in colors. I like to have a direction before I start taking a bunch of fetches and duels that I won't even necessarily get to play because we don't have our colors locked in yet. We don't know what's open yet. But yeah, if you're gonna question every time I pass a fetch, you're in for a rough time here. I pass a lot of them. Hey, Wall Snuggler, thanks to the sub, thanks to the 18 months there. Are we still YouTubing? There is a YouTube up, yes. Can I explain the Mycospawn? Yeah, I didn't really love that pack. There wasn't like a clear follow-up to Fable, and there wasn't a clear artifact thing. Oh, hey, Sup Workshops. Wow, I wish we got in this pack a little earlier. Something the Mycospawn can do is it can get Academy. We also have 2 sources of colorless with the 2 talismans, so kicking Mycospawn is not out of the question. Now, I was kind of like angling for artifact stuff, so we're going to take the workshop here, but the Ugin would have been a really nice ramp payoff. We have 2 ramp creatures, quote-unquote. I know Fable's not a creature, but it basically is a ramp creature. And then 2 talismans and a mox, so like Ugin would have fit the curve that we're designing here very well. We're going to grab this workshop. That is certainly the card I was hoping for. Unlikely to play this Fable at this point, but we'll see. I like that question a lot better. Can you explain why you liked this card instead of, isn't the correct pick this other thing? For reference. Ugh. Yeah, the red creatures are both good. They're not really rampy. I'm tempted to grab the Yavimaya just so that we have the ability to turn Workshop into real mana. But it's possible I should be grabbing that Gargaroth. Just a big old wall we can power out. LSV increase the pick order of fetch lands. I super don't care. But thanks for sharing. Mike Stone is an excellent one to workshop out. Very pleasant. Oh, I see what you're saying, Gun. So LSV valuing fetch lands really highly now means that everybody else does. Sure. I'm going to grab this Pinnacle Emissary. I'm going to try it out. The map would be nice as another way to find Academy, but we do already have this Myco spawn. Yeah, maybe I actually end up Rug Artifacts. It would let me keep the Fable. Have a couple white producing talismans that won't be super efficient, but that's okay. So the Uro plays with Fable in terms of filling up the graveyard, but that's about it. I might grab it anyway, just because I don't really want anything else in this pack. The fucking Omnath artifact deck. Thinking about Skydiver, thinking about Otawara too. Even Discharge, huh? Have a random removal spell. Could be reasonable. The auto select is like the one card that I don't want there. The Coalition really gets a lot more exciting with the Workshop there. Almost certainly grabbing Mox Diamond here, but I'm going to think for a little bit. Are the queues buggy? My first attempt to join one, I got kicked out and had to restart Arena and Draft Punk, so that would fit my experience so far. Their servers might be getting like overloaded with people trying out the new cube. Yeah, I think a lot of people are excited to not see the Arena Alchemy cards in the cube. I think a couple would have been really nice. Oracle of the Alpha, in particular, kind of screams to be put into a powered cube. And I've seen people, myself included, have put it into their paper-powered cubes. That one and the Clockmaker both seem like they would fit perfectly without, like, you know, swarming the cube with them. Thinking about this Upheaval. Thinking about this Talisman of Curiosity. It is my talisman, huh? One of the things that I really enjoy about playing artifacts is that you do get Mox Opal passed to you. That's pretty sweet. You sure they'll rotate it around different versions? Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for. I hope that they do. They made a big stink about how much they were experimenting this time. That's the only reason I was like, you didn't do much. Hey, well burninated there, Father Bod. Up the Beanstalk is one of the cards that I was kind of disappointed to see. I think it's like kind of a constructed card that benefits from having multiples in your deck. And that's not Cube, right? That's not Singleton Cube. The first Beanstalk can't chain into the second one in this. Its ceiling is literally like draw a couple cards. Currently, we don't have a lot for Mystical Tutor to do, but if we got a balance, if we got a Tinker, then it'd make our deck a lot better. Dak Faden fits the deck pretty well, but we're going to grab Portal here, again, in case we get Tinker later. Really missing Academy at this point. I was talking about Tamiyo and Uro earlier. Currently, I think the only way I want to play that Tamiyo is if I end up with... oh, we have Jar Upheaval. That's funny. Like a Time Walk effect. And Tamiyo can be really good with that. You up tick, you Time Walk, you down tick, you Time Walk again. Maybe I'll grab Ren in 6. That is a late Oko. Yeah, I like the Spiral, the Counterspell, the Battlesphere, but we are in Oko colors, so might as well play it, huh? That is a late Monolith. Nice. Is this a similar powered cube to Vintage Cube or the same? It is very similar, yeah. Very possible I should have grabbed that loot card. That one's pretty good. It's not really the archetype I'm in here, but we are in the colors and gives you a lot of draw and utility and stuff. We have not seen Academy yet. You'll notice that, like, I'm not really drafting a lot of fixing. Part of that is the artifacts, right? Mox Opal's a universal fixer. Mox Diamond's a universal fixer. Talisman fixes for 2 of my colors. Coalition Relic. And our color requirements are very low in this archetype. Like, you look through here, and there's so many artifacts, and there's only a few cards that actually required colored mana. Your odds of getting mana screwed are very, very low when you're doing the artifact thing, for all those reasons. Good evening, Author Methorn. Ancestral Recall. That's exciting. We are in Nadu colors, but we don't really have ways of triggering the Nadu. If the Recall wasn't in the pack, we would be taking Malevolent Rumble out of this pack. And now our Mystical Tutor looks pretty good. Maybe Regrowth is exciting with Recall in here now. Wouldn't hate a removal spell or two. How are we doing on playables? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lands here. Oh, we're doing really well on playables. So you could take Trop just to like make the mana base better, even though you don't really need it. I kind of dig this Pest Infestation. Something to sink all our mana into. Little Urza action, huh? Certainly an Urza deck here. That grief art is very odd to me. Literally never seen it before. We can activate the shit out of this Golos. Cannoneer seems good. The arena drafting window is rough. What do you mean? Chariot's actually kind of a sick one to play off of workshops. Yeah, we never got the Academy, but we still have a really good workshops deck here. Not Fabled Passage? No, I liked the other card better. That's why I drafted the other card. gonna be a lot of that today. You can draft Fabled Passage. I won't like judge you or anything. Hot diggity. Now this is a pack. This is a pack, I tell you what. Karn's sick. Balance is sick. Possible I'm supposed to be grabbing the balance. The Tinker does get Portal, and our backup here is Kappa Cannoneer, so it's a good Tinker. We do have the mana fixing for the balance, though, between the Mox Opal, the Mox Diamond, 2 white producing talismans, Coalition Relic. It wouldn't have been hard. Pretty close in my opinion. I think I'm just going to grab a Spire Bluff Canal. I do like the Pyrite Spellbomb, but currently we have a large quantity of playables. Well, we are missing like any removal whatsoever, and that's what Pyrite Spellbomb is. Oh well. Frantic Search plays well with Uro. It's pretty bad with the rest of the deck. Not surprised by the Trap Wheel. How do I have 4 out of 9 power? I do not. I've got a Sapphire and a Recall, and that's it. You never see Flash going that late. I think I'm playing Flash, actually. Last pick balance, why not? Wow, you can really tell you're drafting on Arena, huh? So something that I like about the Flash is that we do have Mystical Tutor to find it. So if we draw the worm, we can like get the combo together pretty consistently, I think. I don't think Arena is counting the Mox Sapphire as a land. Also, the counts are not taking into account, like, Mox Diamond, Mox Opal, Talismans. It's going to be really misleading. Flash with only 1 target is not ideal, but we essentially have 2 flashes. So, like, if you had 1 flash and 2 targets, it's not really different consistency-wise than having essentially 2 flashes, because you have the Mystical Tutor to find the flash and only 1 target, right? I like the idea of regrowth recall. I think I'm cutting the Euro plan. Give you the music. It'll literally shut down the stream, Romeo. That's what happened yesterday. It's not a matter of being demonetized on YouTube. They literally just cut the stream off. But that's what Twitch is there for, right? You don't like 2 flash, 1 target? Why do you prefer 1 flash, 2 targets to 2 flash, 1 target? What is your logical reasoning behind preferring one to the other? Yeah, we'll get to the mana base in a bit, JRC. Right now I'm trimming down because we have too many playables. Oh yeah, Mox Opal's in the lane category too. The Mycospawn is Disruption, as well as Ramp. Dragonheart, it's really good. Grim Monolith. There'll be some games where we're just like kicking Mycospawn on turn 2. I also disagree with the assertion that we won't be able to use Mycospawn mana. Our curve goes up to 9 for Portal to Phyrexia. And Infinite with Upheaval. Like, I'm excited about the Mycospawn and the Golos here. Is Emissary good enough in this deck? So I haven't played with Emissary in Powered Cube. I'm looking forward to playing it. I'm not going to cut it. One flash, 1 target. Looks like many times flash is dying in your hand. We have 2 flash, 1 target. We have the Mystical Tutor to find the flash. I am not sure why the consistency of 2 flash, 1 target is different than the consistency of 1 flash, 2 targets. I am still waiting for anyone in chat to explain why that's different, consistency-wise. I have not I have not gotten anything yet. One flash, 2 targets. At least you can cast targets in your 5/6 ramp spell deck. Yeah, but typically people are happy with 1 flash, 2 targets, even in a deck with 0 chance of casting. Like, I would still be doing this even if the even if I had no green sources in the deck to play the World Spine Worm. It feels different. Yes, that is kind of what we're getting at, is that it's just vibes. That's kind of what I'm trying to hope that people, like, realize. That's why I'm pressing for the logic. As then, like, if people actually have to put the logic to it, maybe they, like, helps them think and realize that it's not valid, but... Hey, Nick Submerit, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 69 months. Or, perhaps, like, once they, like, explain themselves, then I understand their reasoning better. You're not a big fan of Chariot? We can turn 1 that Chariot. A little Mox Diamond. Plus Workshops plan. Yeah, Chariot's like a very good Workshops card. Thinking about cutting Pest Infestation. One reason to cut the Flash combo is simply because we need to cut like 4 cards here. But that is a different argument entirely than what people are making. Kind of like the crop rotation. Just have the workshops every single time. Yeah, the arena deck builder sucks shit, so the only way you can see all the lands is if I do this. I do like Pest Infestation as a mystical tutor target. There's going to be some matchups where your opponent's also dumping a bunch of artifacts into play, and then balance is going to look bad, and Pest Infestation is going to look great. Only got so many slots, though. Maybe I'll cut Memory Jar. Jar is, like, pretty sweet with Upheaval, but might not be necessary here. Yeah, come right. Strip Mine and Wasteland are good cards. You think Jars win more with Upheaval? Not necessarily. I've seen a lot of Upheavals that do not, in fact, win the game. I don't think the term win more is actually applicable to Vintage Cube. It's, like, really meaningless. You can be very ahead and still lose a game of Vintage Cube. Golos? This deck can activate that Golos. Yeah, I guess we're like only regrowthing Recall. I think I'd rather have Memory Jar than regrowth. It's tempting to cut Expressive Iteration, but I think these ramp decks can like run out of fuel real easy and just like flood to bejeebus. So I'm always hesitant to cut my card draw. Could we regrowth Mystical? Why would you do that? Mystical Tutor for Ancestral Recall, cast Ancestral Recall, regrowth Mystical Tutor. Where? How many 1/1s are we getting off Pinnacle Emissary? However 1/1s you think we're getting off of Pinnacle Emissary, I don't care. Pinnacle Emissary is one of the fucking 4 new cards in this whole cube. I would like to test it in my goddamn artifact deck. Just the least relevant consideration of whether you think it's good or not. Just not a factor. not even close to being a factor. Oh man. We're pretty rampy. We're very rampy. Let's look at the mana base a little bit. It'd be nice if there was just a number, like in the Magic Online deck building. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It's awkward. So we've got these mana rocks, so you could consider cutting a land, but Mox Diamond really doesn't want you cutting lands. It's one of those ramp spells that works best when you've got things to pitch to it, right? And there's only 15 actual lands there. And you never really want to pitch workshops if you draw it. A lot of comes into play tapped lands there, between the Vine Stock and the two Surveil lands. Don't love that. Ship it with 44? No, I'm not doing that. I guess I'm not playing crop rotation. Yeah, the main issue with cutting Pest Infestation is that it's just like so good in the spots where you want it. The only color we're missing in our mana base looks like black. So if we have a Coalition Relic or a Mox Opal, then the Golos will be able to activate. This feels like more white sources than we need. Seven white sources for one card. I think I'm going to cut that basic Plains. Probably play another island. There's another 4 blue sources over here. Plus the Mox Opal is 5. So it's actually like 11 blue right now, which is pretty good. Maybe I'm supposed to cut the Vine Stock and just remove what comes to play tapped land. I kind of dig that. I think I'm going to cut the Expressive after all that. How many green sources are we at total? 3, 4 plus 8. We were at like 12 green. You're thinking about cutting Elm? Well, I really like Elm. I mean, I like all the card draw in here, but just because of like the risk of flooding out. But the red fixing is a little bit less free than all of our other fixing. None of our talismans produce red. Well, there's the one, I guess. I think I am going to cut Restless. Let's try this. Academy is in the cube. It is not in our deck. Typically, you would recall on your opponent's upkeep, so you don't have to discard on your turn after recalling. We do have like 3 Moxen, though, which kind of makes me want to recall. Turn 1. Do it on their upkeep. Awkward. That went about as poorly as it could have. In terms of our draws here. very awkwardly. It doesn't actually fix my mana very well. I wanted to get workshops so I could run out Golos kind of cleanly here. God, we're in like hardcast cannoneer mode. So if I balance here, without playing my land first, I have 6 cards to their 3. I'll have to discard 3 cards. I want to keep Golos, Pest Infestation, and I guess Tinker. Means I might as well lose the land. I fucking hate this rope. Now our worst draw is Mox Diamond, but it would have been one of our better draws for most of this game. Thinking about a surveillant, thinking about workshops. One nice thing about a surveillant is it gives me blue number 2 for stuff like Urza. I think that's good. You like Pest into balance? If you Pest into the balance, your opponent gets to keep 2 creatures. I don't really understand this attack. I think they just misread Kellen. Oh, she went up. Hey, Mr. Ned28, thanks for the sub. Thanks 89 months. Well, they do get to 6 me here. Pretty close to lethal. Upheaval and balance are both out of the deck. Is that just GG? God, a Johnny Bombardment's so good. This is just lethal. Yeah, perhaps the most, like, disastrous start we could have had for this deck. Just recalling into regular land drops and doing nothing for a bunch of turns. Really not what we're designed to do, right? With the triple mocks and all the talismans and monoliths and stuff. I don't think we're going to see an opening like that very often. We're in a mall here. You can Mystical Tutor for recall, but the issue is, like, what are you tinkering for, right? Even if you find something to sacrifice. Much better. So much air. The opposite of air. Our draw last game was all gas. Probably losing the Oko here, but it's still good turn 2 play. And now turn 3, we just go Turtle, and we're in a pretty good spot. Hard to deal with the Turtle that fast. Sure. I mean, if the Oko spits out a treasure, I think we might be able to build up Mightstone and Weakstone into the Kappa, right? So Mightstone costs 5, but then refunds 2. And then there'd be the 3 mana artifacts, the 2 from the Mightstone, and then the mana from the Oko here, giving me a treasure. Food token. Twiddle. Do you make food before Cannoneer or after? Well, I had to do it to play the Cannoneer, to play Bolt this turn. Otherwise, you would have made it after to get the extra 1/1 counter, right? It's intuitive. Chonk. So your question kind of got answered by the game existing, huh? Disgruntled gamer. Not much of a question. I like waiting to see if the streamer actually makes the mistake. And then you could be like, oh, hey, you could have pumped it after. Feels a little less backseaty to me. Comet versus Workshop, pack 1, pick 1. Oh yeah, Comet. Comet's so fucked. Obviously, it's cube, so like, there's a lot of player preference involved. If you're really in the mood to jam Workshops, there's nothing wrong with taking Workshops over Comet or what have you. But Comet's pretty fucked up. You will win more games, pack 1, pick 1 in Comet than Workshops. You're a simple man. You open a Mox, you're happy. I'm kind of like that too. Get a little power in my deck. Feels good. Whee! The cute thing about this upheaval is that we don't have a land. We still have our land drop for the turn, so you can play the workshops, use all of that mana for the Mightstone and Weakstone, just like draw some cards. That's an appropriate concession because we're playing out the turtle here. They look gonna untap, play a single land, get attacked for a whole bunch. That's good upheaval. It was so awkward that first game that I had to discard the upheaval. This is solid. We have our premier Tinker target in hand, which isn't ideal, but I do like the rest of this. Being able to play Relic on turn 1 is nice. You're glad they don't have nerfed cards in the cube? That I very much agree with. Strongly dislike nerfed cards. So the Metamorph is nice. It's another card we can play off workshops. I think I like just Metamorphing the Relic and then casting Mycospawn. Do I have to like hold control so that I don't use this blue mana? We're just gonna grab a Surveil land. I think Hedge Maze here. Yeah, I still like the Tinker. Even though we have Portal in hand here. Just thinking for a sec. Having 8 mana towards this portal is really awkward. I could take 7 and then tinker for the Mightstone and kill the Sentinel, but that's not clearing Minsk, right? It's putting Minsk down to 1. If we had Academy in the deck, it'd be a pretty clear grab Golos, go get Academy, turn. Chariot's a few bodies. Mightstone does give you mana for Portal, but not for Upheaval. Let's grab Mightstone. The relic was copied with Metamorph. Oh, they have a Trumpet and Carnosaur in the graveyard. I'm just going to cast Portal. Get my Trumpet on a little sooner. Also means they can't, like, Mox out Minsc and Boo this turn. By letting them have the Llanowar Elves there. Can I get a food token here? Pad the old life total a little bit. Maybe I'll just sack it right now, too. Do I want a Mystical Tutor? I think no. And then you're just going to make another food token. Just can keep climbing out of the range of any reach that they might have. Rank up. Silver, tier 4. I think I'm going to be doing some ranked climbing this this cube season, huh? That seems like a likely thing to have happen. I am going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to grab some more water, stretch my legs for a sec. The stats for the cube will certainly be interesting. I'm with you there. Oh, man. Yeah. Sorry if I came off a bit cranky at the start of this draft. Spent many an hour today on messing with like YouTube support and deleting old videos and trying to get everything working and stuff. We got a busted fucking deck here. We got triple monks, ancestral recall. We got a real piece of work. Well, that's a little exciting. Pugo, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 10 months there. Appreciate it. What happened to YouTube? So the big thing was, a Mox opener. The big thing was they don't. The portal in the opener is really awkward because otherwise we would Mystical Tutor for Tinker and just have a turn 2 portal. They don't let you use memberships, which is the same thing as like Twitch subscriptions. If you have some number too many of videos that have like copyright claims, even if they're like shared revenue with the copyright owner, or even if they're not monetized, none of that matters. And they don't share with you the number of videos that matter. Just that there's like not too like an exorbitant amount. So I deleted like some 700 videos today. And I still don't know if like that's going to be enough. Currently, the only ones that are still up that have like content restrictions on them are a couple of videos from the Caleb Gannon run and a clip compilation video. Anyway, it's not very much, but it was kind of painful to delete that bit of YouTube history. And time intensive. it was a lot. Hey, Hurlian, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 6 months there. You're enjoying the 365? Love to hear it. And Siege Wino, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 11 months there. Yeah, opponent's chilling there with some what looks like counterspell magic, so I'm not just gonna slam Oko on 2. We're gonna pass and see what they're up to. Yeah, hate that for me. Oh, they're just making 4/1/1s. Okay. And we're actually going to let them untap and have counterspell magic for Ancestral Recall. Because we would rather resolve a Chariot than an Ancestral Recall right now. It does let them have something like a Hull Breacher. Would be annoying. Recall them so they can't hit Blightsteel. Hope that they just like draw their Tinker target. So Portal has Battlesphere to rebuy, I suppose. We have two options here. We can Oko turn the Portal into a 3/3 and then just like watch the Oko get cleared. Or we can Otawara bounce the Portal, in which case we'll have to face the Portal again at some point, but it'll be further down the line. I think that's a little better. Opponent's down to 2 unknowns. We have 6 mana this turn. That is snap resolved, The Pinnacle has been pretty atrocious so far. If it's not good in this deck, then I'm not sure it's going to be good anywhere. Maybe it's like a little bit better with Academy. We've got like triple Mox in here, so you'd expect it to do something at some point. I could also see it playing well with like a big upheaval turn. Thinking about drawing 2 with Mightstone versus like just Golosing for a land is the tank here. I think I'm just going to Golos. They have Caracas to bounce Golos, but I think that's okay. Like, we got workshops, so if they want to Caracas bounce Golos, we're just like, all right, fucking play it again. Right. Wonder what they're E-tutoring for. Black Lotus. Interesting. Eight mana. Seething Song? Alright, alright. Pest Infestation's only for 3. Maybe I just want to do it for 2 and replay Golos, huh? I've been enjoying that little Golos minigame. Would Oko's -5 have let us swap? Not for Portal. Oko can only swap for a 3/3 or smaller, so it can grab a creature, but not an artifact. That make you do that middle step where you turn into a 3/3 first. I don't know why people are excited about down-taking Oko there. Target creature an opponent controls with power 3 or less is Portal to Phyrexia, a creature with power 3 or less. Do you think my opponent's having a good time? We got the arena chat now? Yeah. I think I'm supposed to play my own portal soon, but maybe the jar's better. Yeah, Comet either does it either like solos or does nothing. Perhaps the most high variance card in Magic, Comet. So far ahead, he might as well make a food. I mean, I'm at 7 life, right? Oh, I guess 4th isn't in this cube. You keep losing to removal. How do you fix that? Oh, draft more removal. Then you can be the removal person. But seriously, card draw is pretty good. Pretty good at grinding through a bunch of removal. Do y'all think my opponent is salty? Is that what this is? What is more worth to play best of 1 or best of 3? I'm playing best of 1 because it's ranked. Yeah, that was the arena rope experience. Nothing but salt all the way down. I accept the trade. It's cast an artifact spell, so the Oko uptick doesn't matter for it. What happens if I warp it and then turn it into a 3/3? It doesn't matter. It still warps out, right? Because it's still the same object. Got some options here. I think we just Chariot into Cannoneer. Be nice to get the hedge maze down so we can play that Urza on the other hand, but I can't Might Stone into it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Not the worst little Mind Stone. Or not Mind Stone. Whatever the draw 7's called. That comment was scary. It had spat out some tokens that would have been a much harder game. Instead it was like useless downtick into die. The memory jar, that's the one. That's the one. I actually don't like this hand. We don't have another cheap artifact for the Opal. I might end up regretting mulliganing, because we might get, I mean, we've seen the deck do worse. Yeah, this looks better to me. So I want to go turn 1 Mystical for, I think, Recall, and then just like turn 2 Talisman Recall. What of these 3 cards plays the worst into that? I like the idea of Microspawn for Workshops. It makes the Kappa pretty good. Does that mean I'm bidding Oko? Hey, Avenger, 4-2, 4-2, 4-2. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for 40 months there. The big 4-0. Yeah, if they were curving out with a bunch of critters here, then I might be more tempted to grab something else, but I think it makes sense in this spot. Mox Diamond is particularly bad against Philia. Ancient Tomb. We have 800 viewers, and it's in the first hour of the stream. That's pretty good. Cute little Philia Blinky turn here. We're gonna eat 6, go down to 13. Hate it. Then we're gonna have to decide between Urza or Sowing. I think I'm supposed to play the Cannoneer. If we had one more colored mana to work with, we could micro-spawn and get workshops and then use that to play the Cannoneer this turn. The flyers can only block creatures with flying. So if I take full control, I can tap the Emissary, which isn't going to be around anyway, but I don't think tapping a creature that's not doing any blocking matters. Sure. Yeah, I thought they might just serve in, blink out the Kappa Cannoneer, and accept dealing me 10 here. But this makes sense. Why did the IP licenses not cover Arena for future prospects? IP law is really complicated. Is the bulk of it? If you're going to do, if you're going to work with a whole bunch of different IPs, that also means you're gonna end up doing a whole bunch of different contracts. Each one is going to be a little bit different because different companies want different things in return, right? I really want to play another artifact this turn so that Kappa Cannoneer doesn't have to trade with the champion. But then I'm tapping things that need to block, so I don't think I can do that. I just have to pass the turn. And then I'll also lose my car instruct here because I'm losing 3 artifacts, but that's alright. I guess I'm supposed to spin Urza. It could actually hurt me, though. What instance could I actually hit off of an Urza spin? I've already used Recall. I don't think there's anything in the deck. I think this literally only damages me. I could, like, hit my Tinker target or something. Oh, that's true. I could have untapped Monolith. That would have been better. DED dead. That was my second loss. Bummer. Fell. Oh, we're still going. We're still going. We can get a third loss. Sure. I wonder if we're going to get a round that's not Boros aggro. GG, snap, snap, snap. Really hoping to draw some fast mana with this opener. Moxen or Workshops or what have you. That's a little helpful. I think I should have done this on their upkeep. I might get orked up now. Hashtag dodged. Oh, that's true. Orcs are not in the cube. Good point. I think my opponent might end up regretting that. Show and tell. And for once, I'm happy to naturally draw my Tinker target, huh? Silva, tier 3. That's messed up. That is messed up, yeah. Yeah. Usually Archon's like one of the better cards to show Intelligent, right? Because most of the time, whatever creature your opponent puts into play, they're going to have to sacrifice. Most of the time. This is another hand that would really benefit from some Mox action, but a pile of Talismans and a Balance is a reasonable keep for sure. Thoughtseize. I mean, even if they Thoughtseize Balance, it's still like a pile of artifact mana in a memory jar. Still got to draw 7 there. Oh, fun, Ethox. Congrats on the 6-0. Is anyone else having no luck actually loading Arena after this update? I had a little bit of trouble at the start of the stream, Thopter Gifts. I've heard of other people having difficulty getting things to fire and stuff. I don't think you're alone. Well, this, if you're wondering when balance looks bad, this is exactly that start. What my opponent's got going on here. Pretty unpleasant. Because they're going to smack me with Ragavan, draw cards, build this mega massive treasure that doesn't get impacted by balance at all. If we can get the Oko down, the Oko can start, like, turning their artifacts into 3/3s for the balance, maybe. Bright Wapbox. I almost backed their board game that they're working on. I decided it probably wasn't something that my game group was gonna play. Hell yeah. That's so good for me. I've not played SETI, no. Opponent kept their Ragavan. I mean, the Oko can start making 3/3s here pretty soon. Nice, Alberto. Good to know that a fresh install fixed the issue for you. You'd much rather everything was ranked? Yeah, big same. Have a button that just have an account that like says whether you're ranked or not. And if you click like an unranked, that you're an unranked account, it just doesn't show you the rankings when you're playing. And then we just chill back here with the talisman. We made something that they have to chew through with the Ragavan at least. Yeah, I'm also interested in the 17 lands data on Cube. Oh, they discarded 2 lands when I balanced earlier. Must have a pretty tight curve. You had ult the Ruby a turn earlier. Oh, and then just not had Oko here. Yeah, if you weren't sure that you're going to have 5 mana to play the Oko and the balance, then I think that's reasonable. But because we had 5 mana lined up, it's like, okay. Interesting. What got pitched? Mind Collapse. Makes sense. No mountains. Kind of glad they did that now and not next turn where they could copy it with Reflection. They would have had a nice clear maybe. They do have to decide between hitting me and Oko. Last turn they were pretty happy to smack me. Maybe they have some reach in that deck. Why does the dragon have a belly button? Ask Amy Weber. She did the original art for Fledgling Dragon, upon which this little critter is based. I mean, the plan for my turn was probably just to crack this jar. Maybe they'll tutor up something they can play with the jar. The jar turn. They do have that one treasure there. We'll see what they do. Spend a treasure, mystical tutor, pass the turn. Ooh. Oh, but we have portal in hand. We could go get turtle. I'm just gonna crack the jar. That's a good spot for it. Love the Mox Diamond. If you're going to Pest Infest their treasure, you need to make sure to target one of your own things, because of the second response, you'll fizzle your Pest Infest if it only has one target. So you want to Metamorph the Reflection and then just pop that and leave their treasure there. Burst Lightning their own reflection? Sure. I accept your terms. So that was pretty good. Yeah, they were pretty, kind of a bad way there. Cool, 6-2. Can we close it out? The first draft, the first trophy. Yeah, I'm glad I left the jar in. It was a card that I was considering potentially cutting. We keep on drawing the portal. Try this. Kind of regret not keeping the mystical tutor now, of course. Very tempted by this memory jar. I was thinking about grabbing the Toidle. I do have this emissary in hand that might be good. Sometimes Turtle just fucking wins, you know? Might Stone just draw 2 cards. Keep the card flow going. Does it feel like Vintage Cube? Yeah, we knew it was going to feel like Vintage Cube. It's the same shit. Kind of an awkward card with Memory Jar, huh? Because whatever you don't play, they'll give an option to jam. Oh, I think I should have emissaried here. I think them discard one more card to balance next turn, maybe. I like Mightstone kill the Louis. Really wish this deck had an Academy hum. We could run out Talisman and then kick the Myco Spawn. Or no, I'd be short. Yeah, let's just lead on this. Shame to lose the Golos because we're like at activation. I wonder if I was supposed to warp pre all that. I wouldn't have had the mana to do everything. But it would have got... Yeah, this would have been 2/1/1s, right? Maybe this emissary card just isn't very good. It's technically an answer to a Voidwalker. I guess it's a draw too. I should leave it on top. With Caracas something put inside, the Golos would have been tough to activate. It would not have. Workshops and Mightstone and Weakstone just tap for Golos by itself, and then there's 7 mana to activate it. You like a bouncing Mightstone? Wouldn't have been the worst. We are just not getting there. Portal or Tinker Portal? Well, the Tinker's in the graveyard. We used it earlier. Am I dead on board? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm not. Pest Infestation, also good here. However, I think this is better. Assuming it resolves. And the mana you get from the Coalition Relic is in your first main, so I'm not attacking for 2 here. I want to make sure I use all that mana for my upheaval. And we're not going to replay the Metamorph. We want to copy their shit, I think. I'm actually going to play the Hedge Maze here. Getting that Surveil. Hey, that's not bad. Sorcery, instant, artifact, land, creature. Mine's also going to be a 5/6. So because we're only at 2 life, I don't actually like turning their Nethergoyf into a 3/3 here, because then any removal spell on my Nethergoyf I just die, right? I'm only at 2. And making a food doesn't save me from that. But getting a backup blocker could potentially. Fair enough. I think that's gonna let them win unless I draw like Portal specifically next turn. Because now they just play out the Voidwalker and then that can attack in. But we do have Portal mana. GG. Well played, opponent. We did some good stuff that match, but not quite good enough. Going back to my earlier comment about like how there's no such thing as win more in Vintage Cube. Just winning. So I was a 6-3. I'll put the record up here somewhere. Certainly thought that deck had a really good chance of trophying. $10K entry is steep. You're not wrong. Hey, thanks for the love there, GNS. Fractured Identity used to be very difficult to pass. It's still a good card, but it's a lot easier to pass than it used to be. Cube's just faster. Pirate Cube's just faster. Threats are just better. I'm gonna pack one and pick one this Grief. After Grief, I like the Fractured, and then after that, I think I like Vista. It's not an amazing pack, that's for sure. None of these are power, correct? Let's go. Yeah, let's fucking go. Yeah, I don't hate Vista as a pack one, pick one, stay open. I think Grief and Fractured Identity are like just good enough to not do that. So Elegy Acolyte is one I haven't actually played in Powered Cube. I'd like to do that now. So I'm gonna grab it. Does that mean this cube is ranked? This cube is ranked, baby. Hello, Shieldred. Solitude, Narset, Stock Up, Portal, all really good. I like Lutri a lot, but I don't like picking Lutri aggressively. There's just like, some decks can really use them, and a lot of times it just rots. Anyway, I'm going to continue my run of 4 drops here. Hopefully we get a Dark Ritual, huh? Got a nice little Dark Ritual start. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Rogue 0071, thanks for the sub. Thanks for 110 months there. Never be beat for the quality of black 4 drops, right? Is Acolyte non-land? I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn. So if a creature died, or if you cracked a bauble or something, you get a 2/2. Not in the mood for this tune. I kind of like this Haim Band. Alice's match disconnected, and now they can't play Arena. Well, at least the buy-in was affordable, so easy come, easy go, huh? You're disconnected too. Yeah, there have to be like server issues because a lot of people are joining the client to play a cube. That's got to be what it is. Kind of a mopey pack here. I'm gonna grab that Multiversal Passage. whatever color we end up playing will end up being Dece. Very similar to taking Early Vista, I actually think the best card in this pack is that Malevolent Rumble. I kind of dig Unholy Heat, just like a 1-mana removal thing. If you thought you were going to end up Reanimator, then maybe Season Pyromancer is interesting. We haven't, like, seen reanimation effects, though. I'm actually going to take Rumble. Green tends to be open more often than not. Oh, that's brutal, Reese. DC'd for 12 picks. That's a lot of picks. I'd be upset. A lot of black cards play well with Rumble. They do, yeah. Recurring Nightmare stuff. Rumble's fire. I clearly agree. I clearly agree. Might be the best common in the cube. They're super lenient on refunds. That's a good thing to point out, yeah. Yeah, if you're getting a bunch of, like, DCs and stuff and having a rough time, I'm pretty sure if you request a refund, you'll get your gems back. Is Souls of the Lost interesting? I don't think so. I'm going to grab this Elvish Mystic, and then I'll help my junkie all 4-drop curve. How do you feel about Channel? So if this was a pack 1, pick 1, I would actually slam that Elspeth. That card kills people and just fucking murders people. That's really fucked up. Thinking about Woe Strider, the Witness is not terrible with the Rumble here. Could be good. I like Fnatic with all of our 4-drops here, but I'm going to grab Fatal Push. Pretty clean little removal spell there. Pretty meh on that card. I'm going to grab a Hex Mage just in case. I could see being green-black things. Green-black Dark Depths. Speaking of Dark Depths. Yeah, I like Courser and Crucible stuff for fastball stuff. I don't think that's what I'm doing here. I think I'm going for something a little bit more. Aww. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Sorbius thinks that's 68 months. You're so close to the cool sex number. You're so close. Cube for the cube gods. Little thought sneeze. The Ancient Tomb also helps with their curve issues. But, I mean, the curve issues are starting to get straightened. They're starting to get sorted. We're in a Thoughtseize here. The Clamp is also interesting. Tomb goes crazy. The issue with Ancient Tomb is that as the cube gets more and more aggressive, the life cost becomes more and more extreme. To the point where, like, at a certain point, you'd only want to play it in your aggressive red decks. We take that Channel. We'd have Channel Emrakul here. Haven't seen any reanimation effects for Grizzlebrand. Is that a reason to not take Grizzlebrand? Could actually be a Bob deck here. Bitter Triumph is like the safe pick. Maybe a little too safe. I think I'm going to grab Grizzle. Grizzlebrand and Shieldred are pretty fucked up together. The thing you miss is Shallow Grave and Breach. I think those cards are kind of poops. I don't miss them at all. You enjoy sneak attack decks? I also enjoy sneak attack decks, and I will continue to enjoy them. This persist does not seem very useful with what I'm doing over here, does it? The best of one queue has been so aggressive. It's possible I'm just supposed to grab that Toxic Deluge, but I'm going to grab a Traxa. I'll have a Traxa and Grizzlebrand. Shit. Those are some premium reanimatables. Is Natural Order in the cube? I believe it is, yeah. Tooth and Nail is not in this cube, no. Yeah, so those are the two different directions that we're really hoping for. Is either... Oh, I forgot there's like the good Eldrazi in here. That makes channel a lot better. Then in the Magic Online Vintage Cube, it doesn't have the two Ulamogs. Something to keep in mind. Anyway, the main things that we're looking for is either Dark Depths shenanigans, because we have Reclaimer that can tutor for Dark Depths, and the Hex Mage, of course. Or Reanimator things. Either are pretty good. Well, Cradle's not bad with Reclaimer. I wonder if it was supposed to get Sentinel. Sentinel's such a good blocker. Interesting pack, huh? Vamp Tutor is excellent. And then there's Overgrown Tomb and Duress as well. We already have Thoughtseize, which makes you need the Duress a little bit less. We do have some fixers already, so we don't need the Tomb. But the Tomb is fetchable, while these other two are not. I'm going to take the Vamp Tutor. Vamp Tutor can also be fixing. Speaking of fixing, I wonder if Caryatid's where it's at. I do like Inquisition. This Reprieve art is throwing me. It's cool art. Yeah, with how aggressive the cube has been, I wonder if just like ramping out a Gargaroth is like a good thing to be doing. Well, my colors are certainly open. That was my Talisman too. How the cube vibes so far? They're pretty good. Pretty reasonable. My first deck was pretty busted, but didn't quite get there. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Nogwig 2, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 71 months. Nobody would take the Grist. The Grist would wheel, but I can't use any of these other cards, so why not? Grist plays really well with Recurring Nightmare. That'd be a sick pickup right about now. Well, there's natural order. I think I dig the natural order. We don't have like infinite creatures to sank, but it seems like a fast Atraxa could be really strong. Could take the library and try and wheel it. Even with the cube being more aggressive, library's still good. Even if you're only drawing like a card or two, it's still a great land. And then against some opponents, like you might face someone who's not actually aggro, and then you just get to win the game if you start with it. But I think the deck improves a lot with this natural order, so I'm just going to snag it. Not going to risk it. Torsten is also worth natural ordering out. And it's pretty castable off the Gaia's Cradle mana, too. Oh, shit, what up? Hey, Trolls Aft, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 2 months there. Cradle Power, let's fucking go. Spring Art Nentuku is another good Gaia's Cradle card. Kind of interesting. Shifting Woodland is kind of just a creature land in the cube. Still hoping for that Dark Depths payoff. Bummer. It's not the worst Green Sun. We do have Grist to grab, I guess. I was going to grab Cub. I think I'm still going to leave Reclaimer in just to tutor up the Gaia's Cradle. One cool thing about Coalition Relic here is it does just like let you cast the Atraxa. Very clunky card though. Nobody doing artifact things, I see. Huh. Okay. Yeah, we got that rare Gaia's Cradle Toxic Deluge deck. Arena and Flage going around. All right. I could cut the Torsten and just have Atraxa and Gargaroth as natural order targets. Probably not supposed to play a Plains. Usually play Once Upon a Time as a land, too. The Woe Strider isn't amazing here, but it is like graveyard value in a deck that's self-milling with Grist and Malevolent Rumble. I think it's just going to be free some percentage of the time, so I think I'm going to run it. Look at this bog. Reclaimer tutors for Gaia's Cradle, which I like a lot here. Oh, you know, I know what I could use. A bathroom break. I'm going to take a 3-minute break, and then I'll turn off ads for the next hour. I'll come back and we'll figure out these last couple of cuts. I'm excited to see how this deck plays. It doesn't seem incredible, right? We don't have, like, Moxen and stuff, but we do have a little bit of hand discard with the Thoughtseize and the Grief. Might help us sneak in a natural order for Atraxa. It could be good. BRB. Wait. One consideration here is whether to play the Botanical Sanctum or not. The Sanctum greatly increases the chance that you ever just, like, get to hardcast an Atraxa, but it coming into play turn tapped on, like, turn 4 or something could prevent you from playing a natural order or some such thing. I don't like this Plains. I think I don't play the Plains regardless. Yeah, I think I like 16 land in the Once Upon a Time. I'm just going to jam this. Kind of like the Edict. I think I like this other stuff better, though. Maybe it's better than Carnage Interpreter. Sometimes Carnage Interpreter is really good. I'm going to order some food. That's what I'm going to fucking do. Could get some pizza. Oh, hey, Falbo Brothers is back. That's fun. Local pizza chain. Could get some noodles and company. Some hot nudes. Could get some McDonald's. I'm starting to get sick of McDonald's. You put a lottery piece on a piece of fast food, and even though I don't buy lottery tickets and stuff, I'm still just like more likely to buy it. Maybe that's a sign that I should buy lottery tickets, huh? Taco Tuesday. Oh, is today Tuesday? I think I'm gonna fucking noodles and company it up. Some buttery Parmesan noodles. We'll call it a draw. Are you missing something? We played Plains, but not the Green White Land. There's no Plains, and there's... Ooh, there is a Green White Land. I just missed that one. Cool. I wonder if Ketria Triome is better than the Botanical Sanctum for a blue source. I almost dig it. Almost. All right. My Din is on the way. If I won the lottery, I wouldn't have to finish the 365. If I won the lottery, I would still finish the 365. That's still like a promise that I made. I'm still going to do my best. What's for din? I ordered some pasta. Will I do a 7:30 after finishing the 365? I will not. I will not do that. There are a few certain things in this world, but that is definitely one of them. Do I need to restart or something? That's 2 draws in a row. I'm gonna give it a restart just in case. Yeah, I think most people's clients have been kind of fucky. How long of a break am I going to take post 365? It depends. When I get closer, I'm probably going to be in talks with my wife about like what we want to do for our honeymoon. So I might not even take a break like immediately after. Kind of like the cub there too. Certainly looks like a Tinker.com. Is there going to be a half-year done party? There's not. If there was, though, you would be invited. Does this cube taste like normal cube? Yep. The only real difference is there's booster tutor in here. So I could fatal push that. I think I would rather have my library online. How many times have I felt burnt out during the streaming marathon? The 365? I don't know if that's something you can quantify. As neatly as all that. Like, if you were burnt out the entire time, is that one time? Or is that 174 times? Opponent up in the old clock here. Okay. Now we have a decision to make. Do we want to keep drawing cards? Yeah. I was thinking about casting the Grief here, but I think now I want a natural order, which means I'm going to pitch cast the Grief first. Which gets us underneath our library, but that's okay. Ooh. And just like that, the library is back on. Discard 3 cards, huh? Let's spin Swamp, Reclaimer, Curator? Yeah. Torsten's a dice trigger. Hmm. Ooh. Yeah, I thought about just using Pessimization on either the Greaves or the Monolith there. But I think just having up the Go for the Throat's pretty reasonable. Also prevents a lot of shenanigans, right? They can't like Tinker for Blightsteel and haste it in because we can Go for the Throat our Torsten. Have a blocker up. Yay. Kind of a straightforward little game, huh? Played a bunch of ramp and then flooded out. I don't think this deck's gonna trophy, but the old hand shred into giant monster certainly gonna be worth a game winner too. We did ramp and draw a lot of cards, yeah. Yeah, we played 2 discard spells and 2 removal spells in the middle of all the card drawing and such. So you could just turn 3 this Acolyte. I think we're better off just drawing with Library. We got other threats here we can play, the Cub or the Grist or whatever. You don't think $1 million a day is a reasonable amount of money? I guess you're just not worth it. Oh shit, what up? Hey, mind if a kid thinks the 10 months there? You're throwing in your Prime sub to say thanks for the YouTube multi-stream. You're very welcome. Yeah, it took some little some to get set up and all that, but it seems like it's gonna be worth it in the long run. It's been good to see a few folks stoked about it. And we have like 100 people watching over there, right? About 100 folks. That's not nothing. That's not nothing at all. $100 is crazy YouTube numbers. I don't think that's true, Nightshade, but it's pretty good for, you know, literally haven't streamed on YouTube really, except for yesterday. I Wafflebot with the 42-month sub says a few days late for the sub. How rude of them. Oh, I don't consider that rude at all. I appreciate the support, Wafflebot. Now that I drew the Mystic, I kind of wish I had taken the Guy's Cradle. Splitting, sure. Oh shit, what up? Hey, J Noon, thanks for 29 months there. I almost like pumping the Caryatid here. Yeah, I think I should have actually. Because I want to vamp for Toxic Deluge. I think. And that would increase the chance that the Caryatid gets to live. Yeah, we're a mana away from being able to natural order for Atraxa. Kind of hate this. They've got mana open and stuff. And they have a Luris chilling there. If we draw the Flashing Containment Priest, okay, well, at least we didn't run natural order into that. If we rip a green source here, we can Keen-Eyed Curator and brick the Priest and kind of brick the Luris. Oh, no, I'm just dead. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, Vamp Tutor for Toxic. Sure does use a lot of life, I'm gonna mull this one. We got both natural order targets here. A Curator we can't cast, and a Vamp Tutor. Much better looking. I think I'm gonna do this. And I think I'm actually gonna lead on turn 1 Thoughtseize, and then turn 2 Mystic, turn 3 Elegy is the plan here. Well, maybe not. I'll play the Mystic now. Because now we have turn 2 Grist uptick. Sure. So I assume they drew Guide of Souls. And now we have a decision to make whether we want to go Grist uptick Or Cub, get a counter on the Cub. I think I want a Grist. It'll go kind of poorly if they hit a creature to like haste in with Greaves in the 1/1 counter. But if they just go like land, Gideon, then we've got the onboard answer. That's kind of nice. It's annoying. I predicted this with the Sanctum, not being able to play a 4-drop on time. But this is okay. We need a Boros counter. Oh, for the number of times we faced Boros. It's been a lot, right? Then the Kytheon gets to flippers. What do you want to do, Kytheon? I'm not sure how much that matters, Sinaz. I think they missed that their critter was not going to be a, or their Gideon was not going to be a critter on my turn. Somebody earlier pointed out that LSV's been drafting lands really aggressively, and so they would expect people that have been following his videos on Arena to also be drafting the lands pretty aggressively. Makes sense. But no matter how many people are drafting the cube, like you still just have 8 people in your pod, right? Ooh, love Lightning Greaves, Stoneforge Mystic. This is pretty good, though. Yeah, that was the comment, Judge Dan. Your question is literally the statement that I just said, unless I misspoke or something. Have I noticed a difference between what people pick and play from Arena to Moto Cubes? Yeah, so it's roughly the same cube. Part of it is that I've been playing Best of 1 today, because Best of 1 is ranked, and so that's naturally going to have people being more aggressive. But I've seen some, like, cards go pretty late, right? Like, we got Library of Alexandria, like, 11th in this deck. We got a last pick balance earlier, stuff like that. Stuff that you just like don't see as often on Magic Online. I'm sure some of it is the fact that it's Best of 1, but some of it's just that there's a lot of people drafting these cubes that haven't drafted Powered Cube a ton. The double green on Curator has been very awkward for me today. Alright, nothing, your turn. Will my keep punish me? So far, it seems likely, but the opponent hasn't really done anything either. How many wins does it take to redraft? Typically 5. If we had a natural land, then we can Woe Strider, and then the Cradle will tap for 2, and we'll be able to Curator in the same turn. And that'll be pretty nice. I don't think I want a Fatal Push in Elemental. Bleh. Just a very high likelihood that this Cub dies. The opponent knows that I want that Cradle to do stuff. Yeah, a lot of the keep was off of the Fatal Push, being able to answer something on turn 1 or 2. And then most 2-drops would have gotten the Cradle turned on, and then the Woe Strider and Grist just give you a ton of mana, right? It was very awkward that the 2-drop that we drew was Curator, and they didn't, like, have an aggressive, like, curve where the Fatal Push looks good. So my draws didn't match up very well here at all. Game went about as poorly as it could have. And, I mean, that was part of the risk of keeping the hand, right? Pretty much every hand you keep is going to have some risk to reward. And my food is outside right now. I'm going to go grab that real quick. All right, we're like 2-2 now. At what point do I just cut that Curator? I don't like being told what to do, Iron Dragon. You could say you would cut the blue-white lands. My experience is that when you have an Atraxa in your deck, there are going to be situations where you want to hardcast that Atraxa. That's just the nature of Cube. Oh, they didn't send me a fork. Fuck. I forgot they never do that. All right, BRB. All right. Go ahead and activate this so I can F6. Have I seen the Chandelar Light game using the Forge Adventure Engine? Yeah, I saw Jorbs playing it the other day. I was very jealous. It looks awesome. So what I need here is either a white or blue mana for the Atraxa. So that's the Reclaimer's going to go get, and the Caryatid can fill in the other. I haven't gotten it to work on my computer yet, though. What kind of pizza did I get? Oh, I didn't get pizza. Got some hot nudes here. They got Broadside in there. That card's fucked up. One of the better cards in the cube for sure. Green sending for 4. Keeping a Watery Grave up. Getting that Ice Till. Sure. Ice Till in this was pretty good. Almost worth Toxicking for. I mean, we'll see how my turn goes. Oh man, I was getting hungry. Yeah, you got it. Could play the Elvish Mystic for free here, but I think I just want to play the Atraxa. I guess I'll just grief. I'm just gonna grief and pitch cast the toxic. And then that'll turn on Fatal Push, and I can just kill the Ice Steel Explorer. Interesting. Hull Breacher is a little scary. I'll take the counter spell. Attack you back. See how you like it. Hey, sup, Broman? Yeah, good to be streaming. Oh shit, what up? Hey, BMF414, thanks for the sob, thanks for sharing that prime. I've defeated my hot nudes. Hey, Zoo, my callus, thanks for the sub, thanks for sharing the prime there. Yeah, those noodles hit the fucking spot. Victory! I also have this Rice Krispie treat and this bottle of some fluid. Usually I get a diet soda, but this looks like clear, which makes me think that it's Sprite. Which is a bit sugary for me these days. So I think I'm gonna dilute it a bit. And mix it with some of this Drumshambo Gunpowder Irish Gin. Hey, Colorblind Carl, thanks for the sob. Thanks for 101 months there. Do I ever play best of 3 on Arena? Yeah, sometimes. I do like the ranked aspect of best of 1, though. The mana smoothing tends to be pretty nice in terms of like eliminating non-games as well. I do appreciate that. Huh. Would I make changes to this cube? I certainly would. There's a lot of like judgment calls that you can make when you're making a vintage cube that impacts how it feels without really changing the power level. And they've done a couple of those. There's like a couple of cards in here that aren't in the vintage cube that are like worth testing out and stuff. but I would have gone further with it. There's a lot of like white removal spells that are like very borderline and aren't like a must include in a powered cube because of power level. And changing of those could like keep the power level the same while also giving it a slightly different feel. I know a lot of people like that there's no arena cards in here. I think including just even like a couple of them would have also made it feel like, you know, an arena cube instead of like they were just copying the Magic Online Vintage Cube as closely as possible. Cribbing from notes. A lot of curators, a lot of cube curators that are making a powered cube to play in paper start with the Magic Online cube, and there's nothing wrong with that. But part of what makes that like totally fine is that you assume those people are starting from nowhere. This is a totally excellent starting spot, and then they'll slowly make adjustments based on their play group and preferences and stuff as they get more into it. Wizards of the Coast has like a lot of good cube curators, a lot of people that really know what they're doing. So it felt kind of lazy to me to copy the vintage cube that closely. I get why they did it. Like that is what like a lot of people just want. They just want to be familiar with as many of the cards as possible. They've watched a lot of like my drafts and LSV's drafts and stuff, and they really just want like that exact same thing. Huh. Kind of hate this spot. We can pitchcast the Grief next turn and get another man out of the cradle, but Gargaroth just gets really bricked by Oko immediately. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do. You would love if they never added a Heist card to Cube ever again. I am also very sick of Heist. I think they've like kind of ruined what felt like fun and special with Gonti by just like stapling it to so many cards. Little 4 and 3 action, which is about where I thought that deck was going to end up. Yeah, that would have set my expectations better, Unipenissus. If they had just come out and said, like, hey, we're going to be as close to the Vintage Cube as closely as possible. We think that's what people want. We're going to do our best to give it to folks. Instead of being like, they like wrote a whole page about how like different they thought the cube was and all of these like restrictions and stuff. And then one of the restrictions turned out to be that they like likely just didn't want to pay licensing fees on Universes Beyond stuff. I was like, okay, I guess. But yeah, in terms of concrete changes, one big one I would have liked to see is the addition of Damnation. The cube's been getting like more and more aggressive over the years, and right now Black's only sweeper you have to pay a bunch of life into. So if Boros is the deck to beat, then I don't know, maybe something besides White should have a good sweeper. Another big change I would have liked to see that's also like kind of a judgment call, but people have like some nostalgia for and stuff, is adding in the red artifact package So like Goblin Welder, Goblin Engineer, that sort of thing. I really enjoy playing with those cards, and there's a lot of cards that are in the cube that play well with them, that are fun to weld in and stuff, and you just like don't get to do it because the Magic Online people didn't want to support Goblin Welder anymore, like 3 years ago, and now everyone's just gonna fucking copy them, which is, you know, where my frustration comes from. Just like a extreme lack of creativity. You wonder what an inverted power cube would look like, where blue is aggro and stuff. Someone developed a cube like that for Magic Online a while back. I was not a fan. My big issue with it was the big issue that I've had with a lot of cubes, and that they like built it completely with the color inverting scheme in mind. Like it was all about the gimmick in terms of and not balance. And if you build a cube that's like all about a gimmick and don't care about balance and gameplay, it's gonna suck to play. That's just it's just gonna suck. If it's not fun, I don't want to play it. Why would I? The Caracas here might actually be the highest win rate card. I'm gonna take Ragavan. It'll be interesting to see what 17 Lands has to say about Caracas. It might be like literally a do not pass unless there's power in the pack sort of card. Oh, I almost missed Gut down there. Anger the Gods. Oh, for another sweeper? That's an interesting idea. It is like kind of leaning into my issue of like Boros being the best aggro deck, and then like the best sweepers being in those colors is not ideal. Sorry about the crunching. Just getting my food on. Almost, almost done here with this delicious marshmallowy treat. Yeah, I don't love, I don't love this pack. Ideally, if you're red aggro, you end up in Boros, but I'm not like gonna take a figure or a Lightstall Inquisitor because of that lean. Interesting. Well, Mother Runes is probably one of the better cards in the pack. So that's a direction. Screaming's kind of just okay. I'm going to grab it, but Epic here being multiple bodies for Gut is pretty good. And then the Multiversal Passage is an option there for fixin'. Do I ever scream at my PC? I do not. I fucking love my PC. I've completed the crunchening. So, Flame Slash is typically a better card, just because it's so mana efficient. 1 mana, deal 4 damage. You're killing most creatures from the early to the early mid-game. I'm still going to take Goblin Bombardment, because it has a much higher ceiling. That being that if you get a Johnny event, they just pair so well together. And now that's what we're angling for. I haven't gotten to play with Hellrider in a bit. That is one of the differences with this cube and the Magic Online Vintage cube is Hellrider. Actually, both these white cards, too. Hellrider and Sanguine would play well together. We have 2 3-drops already, but I kind of like Sanguine playing with, like, Bombardment and Gut. Give it a shot, eh? Plunder is kind of just okay, but it's very good against artifact opponents. It's a little awkward here in best of 1. I almost prefer it as like a sideboard type card. Engineer is solid. So it's good to be able to draw some cards. Canyon coming back's a good sign, for sure, for sure. You'll pick up a Comet. Me as well. That is one of the cards that I was most excited to play with. Just for the sake of novelty. Very high variance card. Either does everything or nothing. How often is it correct to make treasures with Plunderer? If you can use the treasure, almost always. And very often, even if you can't, just to get that extra damage in. It's going to depend on how your opponent's life total and everything, right? But I think if you always made a treasure with Generous Plunderer, you would be less wrong than if you rarely did, you know? Swords to Plowshares is a very high pick in this cube. Mana Vault's good, but we can't really use it with the curve we have outlined here. We're going more for cheap cards that punch above their weight. Hey, sup, Flage? Gonna grab the Flage and hope that we wield the Arena of Glory. I had a draft the other day where Currency Converter was kind of MVP in a deck like this. There are a lot of red loot effects. Cards like Inti and Seasoned Pyromancer that pair really well with your Currency Converter. Just being able to turn those loot effects into free 2/2s can be very good. Like, even if you only do it twice, then it's like 1 mana, make 2 2/2s. That's a very good rate. And usually it's a lot better than that. Hey, Colorblind Carl, thanks for the $20 donation. Colorblind says, hey, Caleb, logged into Twitch to donate. Say hi because I saw you live on YouTube. Clever strategy. You got me. Hell yeah. Thanks, Carl. Glad the YouTube's working out for some folks. Fallen Shinobi. That's some interesting art. Just gonna grab Wooded Foothills here. Hopefully we'll pick up a plateau for it to grab. Just gonna snag that Robber of the Rich. This card's not good, right? 3 mana for a 3/3 and web. When it enters, look at an opponent's hand. Choose a type other than creature. The type costs 1 more. Maybe I should play with it, just because it's new. Do I want to bounce any of my things? Maybe Sanguine? Probably not. I kind of need a 2-drop. Is what's going to tie-break me there. I'll grab wins. We have plenty of solid 3s already. Yeah, I guess Blade Splicer would play well with and Web Hum. I think our biggest ask for this deck right now would actually be Parallax Wave. That card's fucked up. Having Mother of Runes and Ragavan turn 1 is nice. A Johnny would add a lot to this deck. Boost the power level, make this Goblin Bombardment a lot better. For folks that have not played the Magic Online Vintage Cube, Staff of the Storyteller might seem a bit innocuous, but it's really good at just keeping the gas flowing in these sorts of decks. It's also like multiple things if you're in the business of sacking stuff to gut, and I certainly am in the business of sacking stuff to gut. That Entomb just lapping. I guess nobody's on the Reanimator plan. Got that Arena for the Arena Flage business. Ravelmaster is reasonable with Goblin Bombardment. I do think it's worse than my current crop of 3s, though. Death Creator's Champion tends to fuck people up. Wondering if I want that or a Mox Diamond here. I like that Mox Diamond ramps us while also getting cards in the graveyard for Flage. Ooh, a Fury. That's exciting. Is Cauldron in the cube? I actually just passed Cauldron in the last pack. Well, there's that plateau I wanted. I think we have a fetch for it too. Yeah, the Wooded Foothills. So our mana's looking pretty reasonable. Let's see, we have 5 lands here, which means we need like at least 4 more cards. Do I get any benefit from this DRC? Oh yeah, filling up for Flage, I guess. We don't have a ton of things that, a ton of actual spells. Kind of tempted to just grab the Bauble here. So I haven't gotten to play with Sword of Fire and Ice or Gideon in a hot minute. I think I'm going to grab Gideon. LED Flage, let's go. I think I've turned one to Flage before with Black Lotus LED. You remember playing Sword of Fire and Ice and Legacy Stoneblade, right? Yeah. Yeah, I was tempted to snag it. We have a couple like random flyers that it would just turn into saucy threats in and of itself. But we also didn't have a 4-drop, so that's why I leaned Gideon there. I am excited to see Enlightened Tutor in. Really nice card. If you've got a card like Black Lotus or Soul Ring, just making sure that you've got more openers where you get access to those cards is really nice, really pleasant. I think we're slightly low on removal, which has me leaning towards discharge here. Comet! That's a late-ass Comet. Get over here, you. Truly a stellar pup. What a good boy, the goodest boy. It looks like I'm going to have a cut or two to make here. Ooh. Last pick fixing. Don't hate that. Don't hate that. I think Plunder is going to get the axe. Innocence might be the most feast or famine card here. Well, besides Comet, I guess. I might cut Bombardment. And I'm not huge on Lightstall Inquisitor. Oh, shit, what up? Hey, Dukowski, thanks for the 73 months there. I guess Bombardment and Comet is kind of cool. Spit out all those 1/1s. Gorgeous mana base. 17 is a lot of lands for this curve. But Mox Diamond is a particularly land-hungry card. And I think we have a solid amount of card draw between like the Staff of the Storyteller and the Enduring Innocence. I think it'll be alright. Some of our lands are giving us value too, utility lands. You don't know how much you like the Bauble? The Bauble is a free card in the graveyard, a free prowess, and it plays well with DRC, right? So it's kind of doing a lot here. Has Caleb's stream been stuttering recently for anyone else? Oh no. I did set the bitrate to 7K. If you lower the stream volume, it shouldn't matter. Or stream quality, rather. Every other stream has been stuttering for you too, be nice? Okay. Well, it's probably not on my end then. If I can't do anything about something, I care about it way less. Because it's just like, okay, focus on what you can control sort of deal. But if it was my stream specifically, then I'd be worried, I'd be concerned. As someone with little experience with these newish cards, are any of them likely to shake up the qualifier this weekend? What qualifier? What are you talking about? So we know they have Remand in hand. I guess we just jam this into that and attack in for 2. Dark Depths is interesting. I did much prefer my other hand. What about a Hasty Sanguine? I'm actually going to target myself with this Bauble and see if I want to activate the Storyteller. Huh. Arena best of 3 qualifier for the championship is this weekend. Oh, it's historic. Oh, okay. I don't know much about historic. I don't know if any of these cards are relevant. I'm sure some of them will be. No new cards were added because of the cube. Okay, so the question just doesn't make any sense, right? There are definitely new cards in Historic. Okay, that fits my memory a little bit better. There's also been some nerfs and unnerfs. Gotcha. Oh, shit, what up? Hey, Taco Farmer. Thanks for the sub. Powered Cube on Arena is so hype. Can't wait to draft while I'm taking a dump. Hell yeah, Taco Farmer. Get your draft dump on. The nerf to Waystone's Guidance. I don't even know what that card is. Wish I had a Surveil land to grab. Historic actually seems fun. Huh. Well then. Should I do a historic day this week to see if I want to jam the qualifiers? That was an unfortunate mind twist. Yeah, losing the staff was kind of brutal because the staff was representing a lot of cards, actually. A card off the Innocence, a card off itself, a card off future tokens. Sure. So they didn't remove my card draw ability. I'm missing that Arena of Glory. I think we are winning the race. Oh, they're boosting. They're straight boosting over there. Just booster tutored up a natural order. And they have an Atraxa in their deck. Hate that for me. The fucked up stack of 10 cards, too. So let's see. Our best draws are our Swords to Plowshares. Or our other Swords effect. And then finally there's a another burn spell that would let me get the Atrax out of the way. So I set a stop on my upkeep here. I'm actually going to discharge the Atraxa. And then if I surveilled into the Giant, I'd be able to finish the Atraxa off without losing my flage. Well, that's interesting. Hold the phone. Want to be mighty careful with their mana. Oh, they want the crab to hit the galvanic discharge, and then that'll kill the flage. I see. Cute. I'm not getting punished for firing off the discharge to surveil with the channeler, even though I'm very sure it was the correct play, right? Help increase our chance of being able to answer their card that turn. But it looks kind of silly now. And now the red and 6 can start pinging my 1/1s. The Golos is terrifying because they'll have the mana to activate it. They tutored Strip Mine. Yeah, they don't have the red to activate Golos. I don't understand the tutoring for Strip Mine there. Oh, they got a red source off the top. That's fortunate for them. The Ragman's like borderline good enough. Leading on tapping the Ancient Tomb is interesting. Oh, they're twisting. They tapped the Ancient Tomb for 2 mana, but they didn't float with one of their other lands. So they only get to untap 5 lands here. So they basically just took 2 damage for no reason. They didn't ramp themselves at all. They also can't retap the Ancient Tomb, like they are at 2 life. So I think playing it was pretty bad. Or tapping the Ancient Tomb, I think tapping it was pretty bad. They got a soul ring in there too. Jeebers. Yeah, I think disactivating Golos was better. I wonder why they're conceding. They have the 7/7 lifelinker there. I mean, we have them, but on board they're not dead. No threats here is kind of a bummer. Kind of just hoping we have a creature matchup so we can go removal spell. Flage Gideon. They started on a Triumph, so that's not ideal for me. Little Boros control. Yeah, a little bit. People on Arena are quicker to scoop than on Moto. So normally I would agree. I think the more expensive the buy-in, the more that changes, though. This is a pretty pricey buy-in for Arena. If people are just playing on the ladder, then they tend to be very scoop friendly. So why did they just go to discard a forest? What's up with that? What's up with that, Maybe we'll find out here. Some folks might just like not have a ton of experience with Arena too. Let's try on a new cube. Do the intuitive thing. I thought about like slamming Screaming Nemesis, upticking Gideon, and just serving all, and then having discharge if they block the 2/2. But I kind of like getting the Flage in the bin. Splashing Time Walk in your Boros deck. If you've got the mana for it. I like a good Time Walk. It's never that free, because then you're like investing more picks into the fixing to make it a smooth splash, but it's very tempting to ult here. And basically clear the grist for Scherzies. Big Papa Gargs coming in hot. You think the kind of Magic player you are is determined by which mode you select on Gargaroth trigger? Some people definitely lean in some directions, for sure. I think I'm mostly a 3-3er. Card draw is like pretty rarely better than just having a 3-3. And then the type of person that gains life is a very specific type of Magic player. The kind that is dying. Did I look at the spoilers at all? I did not. I was busy getting the stream set up and stuff. They set my monkey on fire. Some rude shit there. Would you like to take 6 damage? Or chump with a 1-1? I figured that might be the case. This is a rude fucking turn, opponent. So if I sack the 1-1, they sack it to kill the Death Creature's champion. If I block the Pyromancer, they probably sack that to kill the Robber the Rich. I don't know. Oh, well, they just should have done that before blocks then. They would have gotten 2 more damage in. They got Oko in there. That does prevent me from using this Sunbaked Canyon, which is... Oh, hey. So the Robber the Rich could give me Oko, and then Oko could make Bombardiers, just a regular critter, but then I just have 2 creatures back, and then I've got Chump Chump, which I don't love. I kind of like rolling the dice on Comet, but if Comet doesn't kill the Bombardiers, then we're just dead on board. Half of the things kill the broadside. That would have been a great one. If I just served in here, draw it off the Glimmer Lens trigger, Play the Yoko. 6. Those are some rerolls. Those are some rerolls. 6. 6. Yes. Creature or player? 7 damage. We just go 7 face, right? They're at 5. And we keep rolling. Oh, what a pup, huh? What a fucking pup. That's how you end a game of Magic. Absolutely unreasonable. That's a good dog, Bront. 10 out of 10. You can't believe we debated the play. The other line was valid. They put us, like, not dead on board. There's a reason everyone's Boros. We got this dog, like, fucking 7th pick or something. It was in pack 3, though. Oh, but you lose all the equity of that happening on stream. That's a good point, Klugalters. That's a good point. The stream value of Comet just doing stupid stuff. You didn't have the heart to play best of 1 this cube. The mental fortitude. The swings. The sound of more gin splashing into my mug. Well, that was a hell of a turn. Opponent looked like they needed more mana. You're 6-0 with black-red. Hot diggity. That's not a bad record. As long as the Nia lives, they'll be able to play the Skyclave Apparition, which I don't love. Might be a hard one for me to come back from. Unless... I think we just kill the Guide of Souls and cry. Yeah, I don't love the coin flip animation, but it could be slower, right? That was pretty fast, at least. Well, a Flage top deck could kill Skyclave and give me a 4/4. You like it as you lack the imagination to picture a coin flip? Yeah, that's valid. Yeah, I was happier that they played the Skyclave there instead of just attacking and clearing. Am I allowed to block? Please, may I please block? They're doing a whole lot of mousing. I don't think they're gonna let me block. We go to 1. We're 1 to 1 and they're spitting out more tokens? What is this shit? We drew it the perfect card! Raid, 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 raid! Hey, Doomwake, how's it going? I saw you were jamming some cube earlier. Y'all should give Doomwake a follow if you've not yet. Dude rocks. Cheers, Doom. Ace up 26 lands. When did this go live on Arena? Literally today. This is the freshness. Day 1 draft experience right here. Huh. That is an unfortunate card to get hit by here. Yeah, I would have been very surprised if they'd taken anything besides Flage. Boop. This DRC has kind of sucked so far. That's pretty typical of my experience with DRC. Ooh. I think I'm into that one. Am I gonna get burned for not just jamming screaming? No. This is actually really good. Got that dismember out of their hand, and they like lost 4 there. Sure. Your opponent just turned 1 Mox Jetted into Booster Tutor to grab Snapcaster. Amazing. I've only played against Booster Tutor once so far, and they got Natural Order, and they happen to have an Atraxit in their deck. It's like, alright. Just 1 mana, instant speed, Demonic Tutor for the perfect card. We won that game, though. Very tempting to serve all at face there. I think if they were like slightly lower, I'd just be shoving. Tez is good though. The loyalty can get out of control pretty quickly. As far as you can tell, Booster Tutor doesn't reveal the whole booster. Oh, really? Do you only see like 3 cards or something? It's a slide from left to right. You do look at 15 cards? Okay. Hey, 5 and 1. Is this going to be the first trophy of the cube? Mono positive record so far. Yeah, I don't know what that last opponent was doing. I felt like an early concession, but, you know, to each their own. If you can't beat Boros, join him. I'm very positive against Boros on the day. I would have to be. It's been like half my opponents. Mind of a Kid just had their Ulamog dazed. That's fucked up. This Ragavan's a little bit less exciting with that Mother of Runes over there. I think the plan this game is to try to live until 6 mana. We'll see how successful I am in my strat here. Seeming less and less likely. Oh, sure. Do I mind if you share a clip? Who's it from? Wow, just passing. The clip of the comet play. Oh, my comet play? Yeah, you can just say me. You can share it. They could have, no one you know, but they preferred to leave their moms up, their protection up. But yeah, you can use protection like evasion. Be nice to clear this Guide of Souls, but I think I just gotta send all of Flage to the Elspeth. The Twitch overlay is one of the huge benefits of Arena, yeah. I kind of wish Daybreak would commission something for Magic Online. It's certainly doable. You just need to access to back-end information. Whereas with the Arena one, you don't need access to back-end information. Which is why we have it for Arena but not Magic Online. Yeah, a lot of people have been having weird issues, Agni. I had to restart myself a few times. Hell yeah, man, leggings. There's a few people in the Magic community that have volunteered to make an overlay for Magic Online and been no-sirred because of the information thing. That's the only reason I know anything about it. This year gave us the very pleasant viewing experience of Dino Roulette. I think that was probably my highlight streaming experience of the year as well, man, leggings. Very fun games with that stupid Dino deck. Flick from YouTube thinks the Commando would have been better suited getting into combat. Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised when they snap-sacked the Commando to, like, kill some little piddly draw engine or whatever. I was like, yeah, okay. 1 less 3-1. Hell yeah. Glory Rhinos before they banned Once Upon a Time. That deck was a lot of fun, yeah. I'm surprised anyone remembers that one. So this hand's not very good. We have a DRC, which hopefully people who have been watching have realized just how much DRC sucks. And that's like our only turn, our only play until, hey. All right, this hand just got a lot better. I was gonna say that's our only play until we get to like turn 3 or whatever. I'm mostly keeping because I want to see Comet do the thing again. I guess they'll gain 1 less life if I do this now. The Nemesis is a good ground stall here, but I think I'd just like Flage and killing this Luminarch now before it does too much. Gain a little bit of life. That all seems fine. We're actually doing a reasonable job of getting some cards in the bin. Why do my things keep exiling? Oh, it's because of Kumano. I see. If a creature dealt damage this turn by a source you controlled would die exiled instead. I was like, what the fuck? All right, Comet. Time for you to do your sweet business here. Time for you to do the thing you do. Six. Oh no. It's maybe bad swords. The graveyard was empty. I could have just like passed with my 1/1 up. Would have prevented them from playing like a haster to clear my Comet. Oh, they had a weird bolt anyway. Pretty serious clock going on over here. It's literally a bolt? Yeah, but it's a weird art. And it's called, like, not bolt. That's a weird bolt for sure. And there's the first trophy of the season. I'm still surprised that green-black deck went 4-3. I guess it wasn't that surprising. Alright, should we open some fucking packs? Woo! Whee! Alchemy, Horizons, Baldur's Gate. Getting some wild fucking prize boosters here. Yeah, I don't know. These kind of just feel like regular prize packs to me. Just a bunch of different random sets. Alright, I'm just going to draft. What card am I most hoping to open, and why is it Booster Tutor? It might be Booster Tutor. That Comet felt really good. If we can Booster Tutor 4 Comet, ooh. What are the packs with Mox Pearl on it? Huh. I haven't seen anything like that. We did some balance stuff earlier. If you are the balance deck, though, I don't think you pack one, pick one balance. I think you take Portal, try and set up Tinker things. Booster Tutor does open a Vintage Cube pack. You thought I was going to open a random pack? That's how it's worded on the card, but the way that people play it in Cube is they typically create a Cube booster pack. It ends up being more fun that way. The big issue with just opening up a random booster pack from Magic history is that the cards suck. They just like suck real bad. So you spend your 1 black mana, and then you get your choice of 15 terrible cards in comparison to cards that are playable in Vintage Cube. And then they won't have like the synergies that are in the Cube and stuff. So that's why Cube drafters tend to do it this way, where you get a pack made from the Cube itself. You'll at least like get a first pick worthy card in there. Second pick Aether Spellbomb is not exciting. Well, I'll grab Strand. Major Horrigan from YouTube says that all these games are so explosive. They are. Welcome to Powered Cube. You can design powered cubes to be much slower and synergy based. Caleb Gannon's cube was a lot like that. He called it like the powered synergy cube or something. But most powered cubes you're going to draft are going to be very similar to this, where you want to play like a bunch of really efficient interaction. Oh man, should we go for the channel deck? We have a Portal already. Look at this Ulamog. Both could play well with Show and Tell as well. You liked my opponent's Show and Tell earlier? Yeah, they just went turn 3 Show and Tell, put in an Archon, and I put in Portal. And then upkeep trigger, got their Archon back, and then conceded. That's a game of Magic right there. You have a pre-modern power cube that's less explosive. I would probably enjoy that cube. I tend to like those old bordered powered cubes. Or old bordered cubes in general. You've been trying to find this instrumental for a while. It's by Blue Sky Black Death is the name of the artist. The album name is Stoned Instrumentals. 10 out of 10 deck, no notes. I mean, don't really have a deck yet. Kind of flailing around. Might end up artifact stuff, might not. What are the odds that we end up with Channel, huh? Has me considering that Savannah, which Flooded Strain could grab. There's also a Lightning Greaves here. You love seeing Enlightened Tutor in the cube? Me as well. Hopefully we'll end up with like a Soul Ring or something, and then E-Tutor will just make our deck a lot more consistent. Whereabouts in the Midwest am I from? I live in Madison, Wisconsin. I grew up in northern Wisconsin, and I've also lived in St. Louis and Chicago for a few years. But yeah, I like it here. What am I doing here, huh? What am I doing with this pack? What was my shop that I like to play at in St. Louis? I think I played the most at Ogre's, and I'm not sure if he still has a store. And then there were a couple of other places that I do not remember the name of. If we end up with fast spawn coarser stuff, the E-Tutor could play well there as well. Ogre has a store in North Carolina now. Oh, interesting. Do I like the cube? It's fine. Magic has a great magic scene. Madison has a great magic scene. It does, yeah, I agree. Seems to agree with my win rate. I've played a lot of Powered Cube, Call Me Wallet. This is about what I would be doing on Magic Online. It's basically the same stuff. Yeah, green-white is not a premium color combination, but it was certainly what was open here. I have not played any Resident Evil, no. Hey, there we go. Interesting decision to have the OG Moxart, but then use this Soul Ring. Nothing wrong with it, just interesting. That Enlightened Tutor in our deck here just got much fucking better, huh? I don't think sneak attacking this Ulamog is very good. It just exiles the top 20 cards of the library. Very unlikely to kill somebody. The cards I'm looking at here are the Broadside and the Ancient Tomb. I think we're grabbing this Broadside. Card's fucked up. Have I watched the movies? The Resident Evil movies? I think I watched, like, the first one. It was okay. We thought the natural order was wheeling, then the hoof is kind of interesting. Might just grab Tracker here. Still holding out a hope we get to be a channel deck, but it wouldn't be the end of the world if we weren't. Something this deck could really use is a Parallax Wave. Give that Enlightened Tutor something to do besides grab mana. I'm gonna drop this Wheel of Fortune. Some nice potential wheels there, mana-wise. I'm going to take this Elegant Parlor. It'll help with the splash and also give us a little bit of filtering, huh? So both Nissa and Nexus can get us to Ulamog and Portal, making the ramp plan feel pretty reasonable. So I don't like playing removal off the splash. You really want to be able to play it in the early game, so it slows down the opponent. But Get Lost is very bad. It's quite possibly the worst removal spell in the cube. And Flame Slash is pretty good. So I'm not going to sweat it. I like the 3-bit Inspector, but I'm going to grab this Thicket now that we've got a third color that we're supporting. It's going to be all hands on deck in terms of fixing. Hell yeah, Biting Goats. Glad you've been enjoying the YouTube content. Map token's just way too useful. It's way too close to like being able to draw 2 cards. Y'all remember the removal spell that just like gave them a clue? I feel like that card is better than giving them 2 map tokens. Ideally, you just wouldn't have either, though. It didn't kill enchantments. It doesn't. That does not matter. There are some enchantments that matter in Vintage Cube, but it's so rare. Kind of dig the Helix, but I'm gonna grab another piece of fixin'. I think white likely has enough removal in the cube without playing the junker cards personally, but what do I know? Is Wheel of Fortune good by itself? If you have enough fast mana, Wheel of Fortune's quite good. And I think between the Mox Diamond, the Soul Ring, and the E-Tutor for the Soul Ring, there's going to be some games where we dump our hand real quickly and then want to refuel. And Wheel's good at that. But if you're playing a very slow deck, then Wheel of Fortune gets kind of bad, because your opponent will have dumped their hand, and then you'll be helping them out. That is a good Urza Saga, I think. The Birds would have been solid if it hadn't been in the pack. But the Saga is just another way to find the Soul Ring every game. Soul Ring gamers right here. We can actually E-Tutor for Saga. I could see doing that. Is Depth's combo good in the cube? It can be. I almost like Karn here. Chariot's reasonable. That Fractured Identity would be quite good if we had some random blue mana. We have Mox Diamond and like an island for Flooded Strand would put us at like 3 blue. I think I'm just supposed to grab the Chariot. The old cat card. Chariot and Karn are kind of good together. Using it to copy Karnstructs. Very high chance we don't actually play the Temurkle, but if I do get that channel, I'm holding out hope, baby. Yeah, we kind of turned into Naya artifacts here, huh? We need like 2 or 3 more cards. Bronze 4 is wild. People can see you even if they're ahead. I had someone do that earlier. They played a 7-7. Well, there's the show and tell. They played a 7-7 lifelink and then just conceded. It was very odd. I'm gonna drop this fucking Elspeth. I love this card. Card's fucked up. Alright, I'm probably not playing the Emrakul. It's weird, like, I don't see the reanimation effects. I don't see, like, the animate dead and the reanimate and stuff, but nobody drafts the fucking Entomb. So, like, there's people drafting the reanimate cards, but then also, like, not the one that makes it consistent and good. I don't know. It's very odd. There's quite a few animation effects, Oystein. You thought they cut some of them? They cut the junky ones. They cut, like, Shallow Grave. Because he was weird to code or something. It shouldn't impact stuff. Still leaves you with Reanimate, Animate Dead, Recurring Nightmare, Necromancy. You know, all the good shit. Life, Death, Sin, Unburial Rites is not great, but it's in. Was a deck that could use a Mirari's Way come. I'm probably supposed to cut the Ulamog, but I want it. I don't think Sage of the Skies is great, but it'd be cute to, like, double the tokens with Elspeth. He'll cut the Rex Sage. This is like a little bit worse than Lauren. Maybe I don't need them both. Just seemed like something that was fun to sack to Bombardiers. Biggest cards missing from this deck? I mean, I was hoping I was going to get a channel. Besiju is not a forest for Nissa. How about just playing the Lauren? Pretty glad I didn't now. Well, all right. 3 mana, 2/3 flyer. Let's go. Hello. Whoa, I was not expecting Urza Saga to show up way the fuck over there. I assumed it was going to come down here with my lands. That's funny. Like all the other lands are just selling here like this, and then Urza Saga's just like just towering up over there. What do you think they've amped for? Kind of felt like a counterspell. That's why I didn't slam Nissa here. And they might just have another counter anyway. Have I had a chance to see spoilers today? I have not. GG. Yeah, Broadside might be the best unpowered card in the cube. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what Booster Tutor looks like. I think that one might have a high win rate. Corey seems mediocre in this deck. Well, it's a threat that's also an artifact. And you saw how it duressed a counterspell there. How many cards in this cube have never been on Moto Cube? Roughly 30. I like this hand better. It could have been the Nissa. Like, we can go turn 1 Mother of Runes, and then turn 2 Philia, and then turn 3 Activate Saga. Whereas the other hand, it was like turn 2 Scavenging Ooze, turn 3 Activate Saga. It's just not nearly as good of a curve. The Karn Strucks are going to look very good with the Saga Strucks. If that can come together. Happy Tuesday to you as well, Dark Subness. Hope you're having a good one. I'm just never getting used to this. The fucking... There's a Saga like coming down like... Way over there. And then I'll pull up this land with my land row and... Nope! Not doing that. Oops. Just a 2-2, baby. That's all I need. Turn 4 Bloodbraid Elf is the first play, huh? What do we got? Do you not wish to ride? Can you get Booster Tutor off Booster Tutor? Go Infinite? I think you see something new each time. But I don't know if it can see itself. Yeah, I assume Mother Runes is doing some work here. It can indeed see itself. Thanks, Basics. Croaky's literally had that happen earlier. Amazing. Did he draft it, though? Need a way to copy Booster Tutor, right? If there was ever a time to have 1,000 Year Storm in the cube... Lutri could copy it, sure, sure. It is jumping the squad doesn't work because Gargarot's got reach. So we're just going to pop it. All right. Why so grim, Monolith? What dark secrets do you hold? Well, that seemed to all line up pretty well. Are we going to get grinded to plat tonight? Bronze to plat stream? With Time Twisters, it is possible to cast unlimited booster tutors in the same game. Oh, that's true. And Time Twister could help. Might be chilling on this Wheel of Fortune for a bit. Basalt got cut. I think Basalt might just be annoying on Arena because you can like tap it and then untap it a bunch. Well, I suddenly regret leaving this portal on top of my deck. I thought the Nissa might get me there. Might not be the best Mother of Runes game. Hey, we're a third of the way there. That's a quest. That's a quest and a half. I'm gonna land here and start fucking landfalling. No colorless lands there. Okay. Is the sewing oust worthy? I feel like yes. Yeah, not much of a bluff. They're hellbent. I think they maybe didn't know that Mother of Runes could target, self-target. Yeah, you need colorless to kick the Myco spawn. There's talismans in the cube that can do it. Man, YouTube has been fucking with me. I think it's because I've got YouTube up in 2 browsers. Hey, here we go. Now there's a clock, I tell you what. So we activate the chariot and let them block, and then they bring it back next turn. I think we just gotta oust it. Interesting. On mobile, the Urza Saga was next to your lands, but it's still just like a bit larger. Yeah, this prime time just doesn't matter at all. Cruising along, huh? Just a man in a cat car. 3-0, 3-0. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Dr. Blondie, thanks for 69 months. Nice. We did it! Good deck is not equal to a fun deck. Which would you describe this one as? Is there a storm archetype in this deck? There is not. Less sure about the cube. I think it's in. Oh, I fucking fucked up my stop there. I meant to upkeep E-Tutor for Soul Ring, and then play the Soul Ring off the Urza Saga. But because I set the stop at the start of the game, it like burned through it on my first turn and then removed it. I'm still gonna play the Saga here. I'm just gonna be a little bummed out, that's all. Hell yeah, Natty Light. Love to hear it. Hey, Puggle Struggle, thanks for the 71 months. Yeah, I didn't like e-tutoring for the Soul Ring because if they countered the Soul Ring, then we wouldn't have been able to activate Saga twice. And the Saga can just tutor for the Soul Ring itself, right? That's why I grabbed the Chariot instead. Pun's got some colors working over there, huh? Omnath colors. Oh shit, what up? Hey, cooldown Manx, thanks to 89 months. The hot diggity. How have folks been enjoying the day one of the Arena Cube? I've been having a pretty good time. It's kind of fun drafting against people that haven't drafted a ton of Powered Cube. It's also kind of fun just like as a slight change of pace, playing on a different client. I am indeed enjoying myself. Holding up some kind of counter magic over there. I think I still jam. I kind of like serving all at the Ren and 6. They get to trade with my mom if they want to, but we for sure get the Ren and 6 off the board. Yeah, they're like stoked about that trade. Not surprised to see Omnath coming down. Oh shit, what up? Hey, B Gorillas, thanks for the saw, thanks for 12 months there. You made it the full year. So we can't quite Nissa into Elspeth. We could Nissa into Chariot. I think I just need to Elspeth. Kill that Omnath, and then just like fucking pray we get to untap with this Elspeth and live the dream. Nadu. And then with Elspeth, they keep the 1/1 counters in flying until our next turn. So the Nadu doesn't get to attack in for free here. Very satisfying to see 4 cats spray into play thanks to the Elspeth passive. Very fun. So that's a lot of tokens they're representing off that prime time. I don't know if that matters, though. Would have been too greedy to crew the cat car, so it also got a counter? I thought so, yeah. You, like, lose 2 untapped blockers here. I think greedy's the right word. Yep. Yeah, we stopped taking Nissa and then 0 Elspeth again. They're dead on board. But they got to do some stuff first. And that sure is a lot more fun. 4-0, huh? 4-0. I was saying earlier, I take that Elspeth. I take the 5-mana Elspeth very highly. That card does a lot. Hell yeah, Kableed. I like your comment is right there next to Skylark. Skylark says, as someone who has only ever watched you play Vintage but never played myself, I'm getting rolled. 2 comments down. I've watched you cube for a long time but never played myself. Went 6-1s in my second draft with Storm today. Vintage cube is pretty swingy. It's just the format. Is having Mother of Runes turn 1 every game good? I don't know. Let's see if I can actually get a token out of this Sage. I probably won't be able to. Probably should just ran it out, Hot diggity. This is literally the first time I've copied Sage in Powered Cube. I thought it might be funny with the Elspeth passive. This is kind of why it's in here. Alright, well, that attacks through my Sage of the Skies pretty well. At least they can race, because they got lifelink. I think I hold on to the Ooze. If I draw a red source, I can go Cutter into Ooze and get a token. Sage doesn't work with Elspeth's passive. Why not? You copy the spell, the copy is a token. If one or more tokens would be created under your control, twice that many of those tokens are created instead. Yeah, I still don't get it. You aren't creating tokens? It looks like I'm creating tokens. Says the token. Yeah, it certainly doesn't look like a spell. This is a fun conversation. Everyone's just like having their brains blown at once. I'd be very close to this portal if it wasn't for that fucking Thalia hum. How about no? Oh, they're at 9. I win. Yeah. How did I hear it described? Someone was like, "That's a planeswalker where the ultimate is just a 0." So like that's like, yep, fucking, you're dead. You're dead. Yeah, you're also dead. There's just like no spot where that planeswalker is bad, right? If you're behind, you can like pop their biggest thing. Sometimes like jumping your team helps you block, like we saw in the other game. And then there's like so many times where it's like, if you play it on an empty board, it still fills up the board. And there's so many times where you just jump your squad and they just die. They just die so fast. Couple of awkward ass openers. Trying to figure out if ramping into Elspeth or ramping into Wheel of Fortune's better. I don't know. I think I was supposed to not play Urza's Saga here. Because now I can't run out Elspeth and activate. I think it's correct to run out Elspeth. Okie dokie. One surveil land, please. I think they added a quality of life thing for Urza Saga, so you don't have to set a stop or whatever. They correctly anticipated people would fuck that up. It's me, I'm people. Eight mana. That's almost portal mana. That is portal mana. I win. And you could have just zeroed Elspeth and served in too. That also works. Hey, we're almost in plat. Look at that. Is this a 7-0? Do we have a 7-0 with this pile? I mean, it really is like the Soul Ring deck, right? One of the things is, like, you usually can't afford to build your curve around Soul Ring because you don't have Soul Ring in your opener every time, right? But this is a deck that also has Enlightened Tutor and Urza's Saga. So we just actually do have Soul Ring every time. So the fact that we've, like, built our curve this huge has not been punishing us at all. Hey, Variable, thanks 104 months there. Appreciate it. My dude, you are smurfing. Something like that. Lemox is not in the cube. They teased that it might come to the cube at some point, but is not currently. Ooh, this is the song about how there are bones in the road. This is your chance to kill an opponent. Huh. Fair enough. Your first draft had Booster Tutor, and you haven't ever had so much fun going 2 and 3. Very cool. I mean, I guess we block. Like, taking 1 damage is better than taking 3 damage. Hell yeah, Mark. Congrats on the new teeth. A lot of people like to hold up Coalition Relic in case they're like bluff something, like Spell Pierce or whatever. I'm not huge on it. I think you need to like forget to activate your Coalition Relic like exactly once before you realize that's maybe not that exciting of a bluff to do. I could have tapped the Coalition Relic for the Nissa, and then I would have been able to play the Chariot this turn. Shit. Just miscounted. Would have been a much better turn, huh? Getting the cat card down this turn, too. You think we need to play the Temple Garden for that? I don't think so. The Relic makes a mana. So it covered both the green for Nissa. And then we go tap, tap, tap. Play Nissa with Forest up. Tap Forest. Activate cat card. Boom, 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 up. Boom, 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 up. Interesting. 1 serving at me, 5 serving at Nissa. So if I block the Nemesis with a Mountain, that's still only 5 damage going at Nissa. So I just block with a Mother of Runes, then a Bolt or a Chain Lightning still finishes Nissa off. But if they've got like a weird shock effect that deals less than 3 damage, then Nissa could live. I think I'm going to go for that. Just the weird fucking Mother of Runes block. And hope they fucked up somehow. Lad is pretty obviously not gender neutral. Please, chat. I'm so tired. You think the opponent's gatekeeping the 7-0? They're trying. Fucking Dark Confident and Overlord of Mistmoor is the same deck. That'd be a wild flip. I'm just like, yep, take 7. Yeah, I was interested in whether they would go face, kill Mother of Runes, or kill a cat. I'll clean reanimate him. Dark Confident, revealing some fucking lands. Be cool to double block the Voice of Victory, but I can't do that and live here. Got me. No, my pip! God, we were 1 gold off from plat. That would have been a clean climb. Do I like the best of 1 Qs? Sure. Yeah, then they get a 1 damage ping bill. Fundin's already pointed out that they can point that 1 damage at the 2/2 that blocked a 1/1, then you lose the cat too. I've liked the Urza's Saga in the opener. I don't know about the rest of this hand though. Typically, Urza's Saga by itself is not good enough. We are on the play though. Alright, I'm gonna try it. Uh-oh. I was so close to sending this back. Oh no, they've countered my battleship. Yeah, it felt like a counterspell turn. I wanted to slam Karn and get a token and get all set up for more token shenanigans. They're sitting there with their Mox Sapphire and their Odoara, looking all pretty. Bleh. Please let this resolve, please. Please, I said please. Please be nice to me. Got Cryptic. You Crypticing? Snapcast counterspell. Oh, but they didn't float double blue, and they're getting got by the auto tapper. Oh no! Oh, opponent. That's not a way to counter an Elspeth Stormslayer. I'm gonna draw a card. Yeah, maybe we'll draw a Spell Pierce. They had me covered. Ooh, get that Exalted in there. Oh, hate this. How does this work? You play until you have 3 losses and best of ones? Yeah, unless you feel like playing best of 3. Best of one's ranked, and that's why I'm in that right now. Hadouken's gonna be hard to beat. It just comes with so much fucking loyalty. Is Lauren interesting here? Oh shit, what up? Hey, Metashaker, thanks for 37 months. Appreciate you. Opponent's got a good ass artifact deck over there. Oh shit! Hey, Biggie Smalls, thanks for 13 months. This is making me regret not playing the Lauren. And particularly regret not just playing There Is a Saga on turn 1. I guess we can just, like, turn 2 Lauren. This Iconoclast is going to give them essentially infinite mana, though. Yeah, they're already up to back to their 7 drop. Yeah, we drafted some artifact decks earlier and didn't get Academy. Yeah, it's a pretty good one. We were set up well for it, too. Had a bunch of, like, green land tutors. I think we can probably just pack here. Yeah. No, I didn't have fun. Fuck you. Sometimes the opponent just wants it more than you. We're 6-2? 6-0 to 6-2? Are we gonna not even trophy after the 6-0 start? There's no way, right? Come on, chat, I need your energy. Come on! There's red in this deck. There are 3 red cards in the deck. We splashed red for Goblin Bombardiers, which has won us a few games by itself. And then we've got a Wheel of Fortune, which we have yet to cast, and a that Flame Slash that you saw. 7-2 or Christmas is canceled. No pressure. Oh no! But the little kids, they want their toys. Ah! Put on Crab Rave or Brain Power, and you'll send some energy. Deal. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready? For Crab Rave? You see that auto tapper? You see what that auto tapper was trying to do to me? All right, for one rude. Sure. One issue with the Bombardiers here is it comes into play tapped, and then if they just bring back Flage, they just pop it. Which I don't love. I do not recognize this autoplay, but I'm ready to hear it out. It is indeed accompanied with a poorly rendered 3D cat spinning. That is what's happening here. In case anyone was curious. Ah, they're missing their second red source. Here we go. Oh, it's Sasquatch. No wonder. Yeah, not high on Sasquatch. Not really sure why he's still getting work, but good for him. Yeah. Oh shit, what up? Ayuga Chaka, thanks for the sob, thanks for the 96 months. There we go. This will get the people hyped up. Wee. Hey, Budatrician, thanks for the sob, thanks for the 16 months there. We did it! Christmas is saved, chat! Christmas is saved! The presents are coming. The stockings are stuffed. I think we personally stuffed some stockings on that run. I shall claim the prizes. Alright, do people want to see what these fancy fucking boosters are? See what these fancy ass boosters are all about? We'll see what's in these here prize packs. Thanks for saving Christmas. You're welcome. Basically a Hallmark movie. Boosters. The Trolls. Oh, man. And then this one's new. I haven't seen a booster like this before. It kind of scares me. We'll save it for later. We'll save it for later. We just opened so many different boosters, right? We just opened so many different kinds of boosters. I feel like it would be too indulgent. Like, we already had dessert, and now, like, they brought out cake, and it's like, but we just had all the... You know what I mean? It's too much. It's too much. Big Valdorf, thanks for 105 months there. When's the Cube Champ gonna be here? Me, it's me! Save it for Christmas. Gotta save it for Christmas. Hey, Tackler52, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 70 months there. The big 7-0. Sudden end of the stream. No, it's 9 o'clock. I think I'll be able to finish this next draft. I don't think there'll be any sudden ends tonight. The stream's not over. It certainly isn't. I usually stream till at least 10. Probably go a little bit late tonight. We got people watching, right? There's folks watching. You wish you could trust me? You can always trust me. You think that would be a funny thing for me to say right before I looked over and cut the stream? Just like. Yo, what up? What's up, Jarvis? We crushing? A little bit. I got my records up there. Should I call a doctor? This is a good Caleb pack. I love most of these cards. Crowbox, Mox Opal, Gut, a Johnny. Some real excellent shit. I think the highest win rate pick here is probably a Johnny. We did draft Boros already today. And we've already drafted some Artifactees. Artifactees is really sink or swim, because you can typically only really support one drafter. I'm gonna grab the Ajani and we'll wheel one of these red cards. So I want Fable. I think Fable is good. Like, I'm excited to see the 17 lands data, because I think Fable's going to have like a higher win rate than a lot of people expect. But I haven't got to play a Hazard in a long time. I kind of wish I'd grabbed the Chrome Mox. Chrome Mox and a Hazard would have been real sick. Like a Pitch Mox, just letting you serve with Hazard real quick like. So I don't think Hazard's better. I think it's going to have a lower win rate than Fable. I'm still taking it here because I want to play with it. I want to play with the cards that are different than the Magic Online Vintage Cube. Speaking of, follow up Hazard with another 4-drop here. Do I remember when Hellrider was the best card in Standard? I do. Well, I don't know if like best is the right word, but it was valued pretty highly. Like, the deck it was best in was red-green, and it was... I don't think red-green was the best deck. That was pretty good, though. Never drafted red and white cards before. No. At least this cube, I will say, has a little bit of a nerf because there's no Athari and there's no 4th Aerolingus. Isn't Jason to Doomsday the pick? Yeah, right? Terrible pack. You wonder why 4th isn't in? Because they did not want to pay for Lord of the Rings IP. The Land Cyclers, the Orcs, and the One Ring are also not in. Seems like a good Kumano deck. You hear it's because they didn't want Monarch and Initiative stuff. They also said that. But the fact that there's no Lord of the Rings cards in the set means it wouldn't be considered even if they wanted to code in. Lord of the Rings is on Arena. They still have to pay the IP owners licensing fees every time they put it in a cube. It's not a matter of just existing in Arena. You're fine, maple syrup. You think it's short-sighted to not pay for digital with your Universes Beyond products? It feels short-sighted to do that for standard products, I think. That was a little odd. But if it's like smaller supplemental sets, I can understand it. That's a late fucking Guide of Souls right there. Guide of Souls is like a good first pick. Like, not just first pickable, a good first pick. This song reminds you of Disco Elysium? Yeah, it kind of does. Oh, man. The 2 good red cards got pulled, so that's awkward. Is Pyrogoyf in this fucking cube? I don't think I've seen it all day. That'd be like the one spot that I want Metamorph. I guess Metamorph's good at flipping a Johnny. It is in? Alright, give me the fucking clone. Give me that shit. The Verge was a nice wheel there. That's a really good sign. Pyrogoyf, oddly enough, from Doctor Who, couldn't get it for the cube. Oh no! Awkward. Yeah, we were really hoping for some Mox action. Instead, we're taking like Bolt or Ancient Tomb. Bald, mean, and full of beans. I kind of like the Ancient Tomb here. Kind of dig it. Let's fucking, you know? A third 4-drop. There's that booster tutor. This is why fucking Boros is always open. Everyone's fighting over black so they can play booster tutor. Should we splash it? Just fucking, just like assume the mana's gonna work. I think I like Lotus Petal. Helps us empty our hand for the Hazoret. Helps us splash the booster tutor. I think I'm into it. Are there Doomsday or Storm cards? They certainly are. I think I'm gonna pour some vodka in this Sprite. Take a quick little detour from the gin. It's good to take breaks. It's healthy. You don't want to just drink gin all night. It's not a balanced diet. I think the Raucous Theater is marsh flatable, but a True Duel is a little bit better than the Splash Duel for booster. Have I tried Mountain Dew and gin together? I have. I've drank Mountain Dew with most things. Mountain Dew's a legit good mixer. That's what it was designed for, actually. Mountain Dew and milk, don't recommend. Oh, we got the bombardment for that Ajani. The pack one, pick one coming together. Some Mountain Dilk. You don't think Diet Dew is good? Oh, you're super wrong. It's just the most wrong you've ever been in your life. There's a Pokemon streamer that swears by Mountain Dew and milk. Yeah. Don't they have, like, age restrictions on streaming? Like, do they have to get their parents to let them... Man, I hate passing Atali. I fucking love an Atali so much. We're gonna grab this back street. Help that booster tutor splash. Do I have links to my music playlists? I do, in the stream description. In my, like, About Me or whatever. This is like my fun or troll or meme playlist. I don't know how it's labeled exactly. Dummy. Little Mox Jet. Wow, the booster tutor became super free, huh? You got a bunch of sushi for dinner tonight? Nice. I haven't had sushi in a hot minute. Let's see, we have 6 lands here, 7 with Mox Jet. So we need like 5 or 6 more playables. Seems pretty easy to get there. Cupcocky's fucking ridiculous. Alright, here's something that everybody will enjoy. So long as everybody here enjoys Nightcore versions of Rockefeller Street. We can assume that's everybody, right? Who wouldn't be down for that? You don't know what either of those are? Yeah, those words aren't in the Bible, right? Oh shit, what up? Hey, Fun Petal Grove, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 13 months. I'm gonna do a pick here that I don't think most people would do, and is probably really fucking wrong. But it'll give you a good insight into what my brain is like. Good old Dark Ritual out that booster tutor, and just assume that you've got some extra mana. Yeah, we're trying to have a nice toit curve for this Hazoret. I think the Dark Ritual and Lotus Petal stuff's going to help with that. Fire Blast is actually tempting. Another free spell. I'll grab the Thraben here, though. Is Booster Tutor the most fun Magic card? We don't know! I haven't cast it yet! Thinking about the Passage, thinking about Currency Converter, and thinking about Mind Twist. We have some good Currency Converter cards here. Mostly Avara. I'll grab the Mind Twist. Probably get a nice wheel out of that pack. Alright. How about some real music, huh? How about some, like an actual real song? Animate Dead. Blackleaf Cliffs. Elegy Acolyte. Voice of Victory. I think I like the Cliffs. I'm tempted by the Voice of Victory. That's another really good Goblin Bombardment card. Oh, Barbarian got juked. We got a full Roxanne in the chat. The Monastery Mentor there was tempting. Maybe I should have grabbed it. Still need like 2 more cards, I guess. We'll get there. Bitter Triumph is key with Hazoret. Alright, this would be an aggressive splash, right? All right, do y'all want to hear I Can't Play Piano or Eminem's Crab God? There's also Toad Sings Chandelier as an option. All right, it seems like people are very much wanting to listen to Eminem's Crab God. Something I would have done if I was Wizards was code Moxen to be lands in their accounts here. Pretty awkward that they show up down there. Alright, we got a cut or two to make. The Metamorph is pretty bad, and Phoenix is maybe interesting. Are there any good Soul Galdron activations? I don't think so. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Psycho TKT. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for 40 months there. The big 4-0. The Elegy Acolyte doesn't really fit the rest of the deck, and that's okay. I think I got one too many lands in here. I think I moved the Mox Jet over and then didn't cut a land. Hold on. Caleb's been drinking. Yeah, 17 land plus a Mox. What do we want to cut from here? Oh, they're not counting the fucking Mox in, so we can just cut a Swamp. Easy. And the count's the same as what they have. Oh, but now I gotta add a card back in. I gotta add some fucking card. We need this thing. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Hot Flames 216. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for 76 months. I'm gonna play another Cup Cocky song. The people are clamoring. Not for this, but they're clamoring. You cast Booster Tutor and saw another but took a different card. You could have gone Infinite Vice Rubbins. I did indeed save Christmas. My excitement to turn to Light Shatter and Bin Lands decreased dramatically with the Death Right out there. Reckon the Arena Casuals, something like that. Just one. Hope this Elegy Acolyte doesn't, like, gum things up and prevent me from doing the thing here. I almost played Metamorph over it. Metamorph would be way better. I gotta have 2 God of Souls here. Or we're flashing something. Flashing in some worms. Okay, I do need to hit here. But if I hit, I'm in a good spot, I think. Nice. So we can serve with the Hazard and jump it and just have the Hazard itself be a 2-turn clock. Or I could jump the Light Shatter and then, like, offer the trade with Hazard. Well, it's not a trade, but you know what I mean. Yeah, letting them interact with the Hazard, it might end up being a mistake, but I mean, they're at 4 now. I'm gonna play this Trollhagen song. How do I feel about best of one? It's aight. GG. Next! Rank up. Platinum. Tier 4. Limited rank. Click to continue. Taking names, ranking up. You think I might be good at this cube thing? Yeah. Yeah. Looks like a mole to me. If you knew what the matchup was, there'd be like some matchups where you could keep this. And the Marsh Flats could get a Surveil in and set up like a turn 2 threat type deal. But I'd rather just like have a threat, right? I just realized an F6 was probably not going to get me there. Wrong client, Caleb. Ooh, a Cosmogran Zenith. Ooh, opponent's working. Opponent's doing stuff. Oh, that's what I was going to fetch up. Nice. Am I taking Mana Vault damage? Yeah. Mana Vault's on our side now. Ooh, they just got to double that Sage. Well, shit, They can clear the Ajani from here, but I want them to pay if they do it. So I'm going to say no attacks past turn. Yeah, you got it. I wish my opponent lost 2 life with ever one of their draws. Maybe that's why I like Shieldred so much. Oh. I feel like I should be attacking now. Give it one more turn. Is this Corey Taylor? Of course it is. Literally psychosocial. It's not. No. This is Psycho Salad. It's very different. That's a bummer. Opponent didn't want to jump. They were like, I'd rather die. And I was like, yeah, that's fine too. That's all right. However you want to do it. Ooh. A mulligan. Oh, I missed a JRC. I'll get you. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I appreciate the $6.90. What do you think this booster shooter is going to see? You think we're going to get a fucking Black Lotus there? Just use it as a dark ritual? This card fucking sucks. I don't want any of this. I thought they took the land cyclers out of this fucking cube. All right, JRC said I don't have to play this because they don't want to listen to it anyway, but that is all the more reason to jam it. Oh my god. You're so sorry. I don't believe you. I'm not sure what an appropriate response would be on my part. A curse on your family? For generations? Are they going to copy it with the reflection here? Oh, it's got something sick. Okay, good. I mean, I wasn't just headbanging. I wasn't doing that. Not the caramel dancing. They're responding to my chain lightning with the sneak attack activation. Oh, so they get to draw a card? Sure. They're kind of just cycling their Sirach. In Bosnian, they said fuck your bread because during the famine, that meant I hope your family can't eat. That's some cold shit. Thank you, Blue Strag. That is exactly what I was, the sentiment I was trying to convey. All right, let's play some real music. God, could my opponent stop playing bangers, please? I'm trying to win the game. A little rude on their part. Rankard Malone on YouTube says that when Christopher Rush signed their booster tutor, they also asked him to draft a land on it. So this was the platonic ideal booster tutor here. Hey, fair enough. There's a booster tutor for everybody out there. That's not a Swords of Plowshares. Alright, I think I'm dead. Well, deadish. Hey, Engineer 590, thanks for the sub. Thanks 107 months there. Back on that Cube Street. You know it. Kind of wild they were still alive, to be honest. They've done some crazy shit. Shoot through a Minskin Boo and Volborn Tyrant and a Nissa. We're channeling? We're channeling? What do you got? What do you got to channel out? Does it cost 12? Someone just played a Dark Depths when you already had a Thespian stage in play. That seems like a mistake. That seems like an error on their part. What did they channel for? They just like channeled and tapped their mana. I don't know what was going on. All right, I lose. No fun. I only have fun when I win. Ridiculous question. Little Johnny Cash hurt. Vocal cover. This track just always hits me in the feels. You know? One of those tracks that's just hits on a different level than the original. Getting some damage in. I wonder if Kraken and Clue is better or Tekanuming. I think Tekanuma, right? If you can't find a threat in 3 cards, then drawing the card is probably not ideal. I guess drawing a card lets me... Hold on. Let's fetch out Badlands and... Oh, yeah. Even more beautiful. You ever bounce before you chicka? I'd like to tap this Ancient Tomb. That's why I played it. Thank you. Fucking trash. Were those like my only like non-creature hits? Oh. This is it. Let's find the Fire Blast. Booster Tutor, redeem yourself. Like, the Flage is the most winning, but I'm going to grab Snuff out here. A real good time. Hi, I'm Mio. Thanks for $4.20. Okay. You can indeed find a booster tutor and a booster tutor. It's referred to as going infinite. Poopy Pirates with a 53-month sub. So appreciate you daily, quite literally daily. Your stamina is insane. Yeah, if you say so. I'm glad you're enjoying the streams. Alright, what's the plan? We booster tutor for Black Lotus and play a turn 1 Evangelist? Is that what we're doing? Shit. You've underestimated Baragoi? Baragoy's real fucking good, yeah. Yeah, Mox Diamond would play really well with Booster Tutor, or just like being in a 5-color deck. I appreciate my opponent's basic choice. Oh, they're bulging. Oh, let's see if I can race my own Parallax Wave here. Yeah, light shatter it up. I guess. Hate that for me. Absolutely hate it. Alright, a little Hellrider action off the top, maybe. Huh? That Hazard God would be pretty good. Ooh, a Moxjet. Hmm. We're not even gonna get a fucking bat because the Voidwalker's gonna exile it. Or is like dead in 2 hits. Yeah, we don't have a 6 damage card, and let's speed this up. So we've cast 3 booster tutors, and I think we've won one of those games. And the booster tutor was irrelevant. This might not be the best card. Finally, some real music. You are not alone, J-Storm. A lot of folks are having that issue. Oh, man. This Dark Ritual gets a lot worse without the Hazard in hand. I was hoping for like a turn 3, ritual it out and serve with it. Bow, bow. For pushing the extreme. You love some horsecock? What? You think that's in a... Oh, that... Oh, right, the song. Had my wife heard me listen to this song prior to our first date? Oh, yeah. She had literally caught the stream where I talked about being railed in the ass by my hot coffee boss, whatever. For charity. Three cards, please. How's life? Life's going pretty well. I would not have shocked me if I was them. We were only getting 3 cards and they had 4. If they don't play the shock, then there's a chance they get to keep Carnage Interpreter as the last card, and, you know. Oh, well, okay. Well, if you're just going to rip the Persist, then sure. I guess this was good. Opponent's clearly a genius. They're on a different level, that's for sure. Am I supposed to sag my board to kill that Carnage Interpreter? I kind of hate it. Hate it. Booster Tutor, save us. Save me! Oh, man. They have so many cards over there. I think I would have actually won this race because they just like literally didn't hit lands. So, like they just would have had a 2/2 interpreter. Our black splash not quite working out. I mean, we've literally won games jamming the Acolyte on curve, so it's been overall pretty fine, pretty solid. think I have a wild game, huh? We bind twist them. They fucking rip a persist for Carnage Interpreter. Just draw them all. We can all sandbag this land. We do have that 3/3 loot critter. Did I ever play the Mio Siren Quest? I don't remember. We'll double check. I did not. Oh, it's a fucking Grave Titan. Ooh, it's awful. Is there a single card that saves us? I mean, Hazard would win. Are we listening to troll music? I don't think we do that on this channel. You think this is art? It's certainly something. I would like to respond, please. Got him! Got him! Is there even a card we can draw? Psh, psh. Is there even a card that saves us here? Yeah, the deck did not do anything impressive at all that game. We just like got enough chip shots in. Got there on the final turn. Your opponent played Comet and rolled 6 3 times in a row. I got to do that earlier. It was very good. It was like 6 6 6 6 6 lava axe them for like 9, and the opponent just conceded. It's like, yeah. Oh man, what a good card. What a good card, that Comet. Who's a good boy? No, my hired claw. Mana Krypton. Hardcast Grief. I assume they're taking Parallax Wave, because it's the only card in my hand that does anything. Your third time being Sundering Titaned in 5 matches. I mean, that's funny. It's been so long since I've been Sundering Titaned. All right. Y'all excited to see this Black Source in a Dark Ritual booster tutor? Y'all feel the rush summoning the Black Source to the top of the library. Untapped Black Source, to be clear. There's some chatter. There's some, like, specific species of chatter that you draw the fucking tap land, and they're like, oh, you should have specified. Should have specified, bro. Yeah, I guess. Oh, it's a good thing I specified. Here we fucking go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Paragon's interesting. We're mana short of casting Ugin. God, Ugin would be so sick here. Just fucking fire an Ugin off of booster tutor. What does Harvester do? Yeah, okay. Now that's a fucking booster tutor, I tell you what. No, my Harvester. It was only a 5 for 1. Oh. Flip your Mana Crypt, please. Haha! I like how the Dark Ritual ended up, like, doing something with the booster tutor, too. That was so ambitious when I scooped that Dark Ritual. I was like, this definitely says something about me as a person, taking this fucking Dark Ritual here. The only black card in the deck at that point was the booster tutor when we took that Dark Ritual. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go to the little tinkle station. Don't forget about me while I'm gone. Here, I'll let y'all see a bear eat a goblin like 10 times. I'll be back in a minute. Five and 2. That's not bad. For how manic this deck is, that is not bad. That's not a bad record. How are folks doing? Having a pleasant Tuesday night, I hope. Tomorrow, I'll probably be doing an earlier stream, 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., I think, Central Time. I have some friends, we're going to try and do a Blood on the Clock Tower online test run. And if that goes well, we'll end up streaming the game at some point. But really enjoying that game. Looking forward to playing it more. Cube for the Cube God. Tomorrow now, just 7x with the Boros deck splashing Time Walk. Hell yeah. The board's chilling. Right, Mark? It is a lot of fun. Do I think you would enjoy Blood on the Clock Tower if you're typically awful and hate social deduction games? That describes me as well, Red. I'm also typically bad at social deduction games and don't enjoy them very much. This one's pretty fun, I think. Could ritual out the Evangelist. I think you're just supposed to play the 3-1. Blood on the Clock Tower is for people who don't like social deduction games. Yeah, I heard that the person who made Blood on the Clock Tower went over to a friend's house to play Werewolf or Mafia or something, and died on the first round and just sat there watching them play for 2 hours, and he was like, this fucking sucks. There's got to be a better way. And then that's why he made Blood on the Clock Tower. Hell yeah, Jack and the Red God. Yeah, I don't think my win rate's amazing either. That's true. It does depend on why you hate social deduction games. A Dark Ritual. Okay. Well, I have nothing, so well done. That Barragwave is going to end this game very quickly. It might literally take a single attack. Alright, I'm going to do something a little counterintuitive. Yes. Damn! Can't believe I lost that. Shit! The 5 and 3, unfortunate. Ooh. We got another one of those fancy boosters. Is this the moment? that we see what's inside the boosters, the fancy Mox boosters. Everybody who wants to see what's in the Mox boosters, chime in. And if there's like if there's more people that want to see than don't want to see, we'll open them. We'll open them. I wouldn't do that. Enchanter's good. Don't open them, please. Let's see them. Seems about 50-50 so far. Is it even worth it under 10? I can't watch. See them, duh. What's in the box? All right, we'll open them up. What do we get? We got a Rizna, the Spider Crowned. I don't even know what this fucking card does. And we got an Elspeth sub-champion. I gotta say, I'm feeling pretty whelmed with the fucking the boosters that had a goddamn Mox on the cover. They had like a Mox Pearl on the cover, right? And then you open them up and it's a bunch of fucking draft chaff from 10 years ago. All right. All right. You got me. You got me. Should we read somebody? Mid indeed. Mid indeed. I got an upheaval. Yeah. Constructed staple upheaval. We should raid somebody. Somebody's got to be up there streaming. Cloud's online. I haven't raided Dirt Nymph in a hot minute, and she's also playing Powered Cube. I think that makes sense. I hope she still has that jar of dirt that she shakes at people. Are we done already? We are done for the night, L2 Barbarian. We are done for the eve. Thanks for watching, everybody. Much love. I'll catch y'all later. I had a good time. I had a good time with the Arena Cube. I'm looking forward to playing it more. Cheers, everybody. Go say hi to Dirt Nymph. She rules, and she juggles fire. That has nothing to do with her magic streaming abilities, but it is very cool.